Okay. So, continuing on from yesterday, I'm going to be trying to get the true ending for Steins Gate. So, we'll continue off of where I left off here.
作戦名エルドフリームニルの概要について説明する。
Yeah, so I think assistant, the being here thing, we made friends with Kurisu, which is good. So now we basically have to trigger all the flags in each chapter, of which I will be using a guide. So yeah, we're basically replaying a lot of the old chapters, but I'm pretty sure that if you just press E, it'll skip everything that you've already seen. And any part you haven't, it'll let out play normally, so yeah. Anyway, Kurisu scratches her cheek in what could be taken for a bashful gesture.
あまねさんのお父さん見つかるといいわね。
ああ。
なんかそういうの羨ましいなって思う。
That would be quite nice. Come to think of it, she has father issues too, doesn't she? Maybe she sympathizes with Suzuha.
ねえ、岡部。
Suddenly, Kurisu starts fidgeting for some reason.
この前のこと謝る。
この前？
あんたが漆原さんへの変態セクハラ行為をしたと勘違いして要所でぶったたいたこと。
No, he deserved that. Kurisu, don't even apologize. He deserved that for what he did to Luca, bro.
後で考えてみたんだけど、あの時のあんたって冗談言ってるようには見えなかった。
Yeah, we were serious, but I cannot lie. That action was not acceptable.
それなのにあんたの言葉をろくに検証もせずに手を出しちゃって。
案ずるな。結果的にルカ子を泣かせたのは事実だ。
確認するけど、あんたは変態セクハラ野郎じゃないのよね。
I don't think so.
どういう確認だそれは。お前は本気で謝るつもりがあるのか？
実験を変態行為の口実にされたら嫌だから、私も一応関わってるわけだし。
バカにするな。俺にとって仲間は財産だ。俺は IQ170 の頭脳を持つ狂気のマッドサイエンティストだが、一人でできることに限界があることは自覚してい
I
る。
forgot he was still Hoen Kyoma up until Mayuri's death.
電話
Yeah.
レンジカッコ仮にしてもダルやお前の協力なくしては。
岡部、
俺はラボメンナンバー00仲間に危機があれば助けに駆けつけることはあっても
Aw, he's being cute.
仲間を傷つけようなどとはこれっぽっちも思っていない。何がおかしい？
中二病全開だな。聞いてて痛々しい。でもそういうの悪くないと思う。私がいるアメリカの研究所って世界中から優秀な人たちが集まってて、みんなプライドが高くて自分が一番だと思ってるから、足の引っ張り合いとか面と向かって理不尽な暴言吐かれたりとか日常茶飯事なの。
Not very good sportsmanship in that environment.
私が研究員代表としてサイエンスに論文載った時も、私よりずっと年上のおっさんたちからぐちぐちと文句言われたもんよ。こっちに戻ってきて逆留学した高校でもクラスメートはみんな私にビビって話しかけても来なかったし、だからそれと比べたらあんたのラボは幼稚だけどとても居心地がいい。
That's so cute. Aw, I love Kurisu, bro. It's actually best girl. Seems like everyone has their own problems.
今回のあまねさんのことも岡部は本気で心配してるのよね。それについてはあんたのこと認めてる。でも褒めてるわけじゃないからな。
Okay, sure. She suddenly blushes for some reason.
ただなんとなくそう思っただけ。
結局俺友達が欲しいだけなのかもな。
Wait, they're being honest with each other. What? Ho and Kyoma? Okabe actually admitting that he's lonely? You know what? I like the true ending so far. I like that he's actually able to be open and honest with Kurisu. Like, even with the Mayuri ending, right? Like, he kind of got what he wanted, but even still, he was continuously still, a lot of the times, keeping Mayuri in the dark and stuff, which is, you know, obviously what he's been doing all the time, but the fact that he's able to actually have someone to open up to is actually really cute.
岡部。
何しろ俺は友達と呼べる人間が少ないから。
In the other runs I did that it wasn't the true ending, he has not opened up like this like throughout the entire playthrough, and the fact that he's doing this in like chapter 4 or 5 with Kurisu is insane, kind of. After all, I am a mad scientist. I'm an insane mad scientist wanted the world all over. My enemies are everywhere waiting to strike. I think he can be honest with her because she's new. The others must have acted he must have acted Chunibu for a long time. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a possibility too. Curse this incredible genius brain of mine. Mwahaha.
私はあんたのことを
Wait, this is cute.
大切な仲間だ。
何？
前にあんた言ってくれたでしょ。
Hello.
私のこと大切な仲間だ。あれ結
Aww.
構その
Damn, his riz was
嬉し
so
かった
good.
っていう。
His riz through emails was so good. I can't believe this.
熱でもあるのか？
ねえよ。何よ。せっかくあんたのこと見直してやってるのに。もういいわよ、バカ。本当バカ。
Ooh, 3-seam streak. Kurisu squares her shoulders and quickly walks ahead. I give chase. What just happened? Is this girl planning something? Maybe she really is plotting to take over the lab. No, wait. Maybe she's trying to sabotage the party because she doesn't like Suzuha. Huh. No mere assistant of mine is going to pull one over than the great Hoenn Kyoma. Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper. Operation El Dermir. The Last Supper refers to a party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll celebrate normally. In other words, it'll be a Last Supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. Sacrifices must be made if we're going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it will be the Last Supper on this world line. The lab's budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight. But it's okay to party every once in a while. There's no such thing as low risk, high return. Okay, I remember this part. This is...
あら、あそこにいるのって。
Oh yeah, Suzuha was going to find her father at Kamima or something here, right? And then we see Daru.
見つけたぞ、ダル。え？あ！
I grab his collar to stop him from escaping.
お前、俺の招集に応じないとは。
だから用事があるって言ってんじゃん。
I think that's it for this chapter, yeah. I'm just trying to remember where this was. This was before we learned about Suzuha and John Tider, right? Because we learned about that after Mayuri's first death. So this is right before she leaves and then we rewind, I think. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then we find her this time. And then we go back in time and we get Suzuha to stay. And we learn that she's John Tider. And then chapter 5 thing. Okay. So, Ferris is calling us.
ホーン京馬だ。
Hello. Hi,
お
Ferris.
前か。あき。
誰のことかにゃ
Huh? I could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumiho. Don't tell me. The demo could have changed that too. Okay, this is still the same, I
フ
think.
ェイリスにゃそれ
はいはい、そうですね。マナはフェイリスだよな。これは失礼。
In this world, Akihabara is just an electronics town. Stream cut out? Did it? Really? Wait. Hold on. I think it's fine now? Didn't on YouTube. Alright, wait, I think it's fine. Now. Okay. I think this part is the same. So we're gonna skip that. And then
LHC とは何か
Part-time Warrior
復習してみ
says
る必要がありそうだな。
oneself. It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there is no escaping the contradictions between the false self. And this is the time when we don't figure out who her dad is. In chapter 5, there's a traveling expenses flag that we have to reply to. Alright. Amazon being a donkey as usual. Yeah, alright. I can't lie, this flowchart is really goated. Okay. We should have a plans email, and then we have to select traveling expenses at some point. Okay. Looks like we need to review what the LHC is. On my phone. Oopsies. I think this part is the same. It's time for LHC MOE guy to shine.
LHC は
Yeah,
ラ
we'll
ー
get
ジハドロ
explained
ン
what that is. Mayuri and Daru go home, leaving me with Kurisu. She's sitting in the development room chair, endlessly twirling a pen in her fingers.
一体何をやっているんだ？
考えてるのよ。タイムリープマシンのこと。
Oh yeah, it's right before it's built, right?
作れそうなことは分かったけど、もし実際に使ったら何が起こるのか。
I can tell you a lot about that, Kurisu.
そうか。
She hasn't even started working on the machine, and she's already worried about what comes afterwards? That takes confidence, alright. Are all geniuses like this? What will happen when we use it? I doubt we can find an answer to that question. Not without testing it live. Kurisu knows that. What she's really wondering is whether it's worth the risk. That's why I avoid arguing with her.
あまり悩むなよ。今は完成させることを優先するんだ。
He's gonna regret saying that in 3 days, huh?
偉そうに。
Kurisu groans and flops down on the desk. It's strange to see her like this. She's usually so cool and collected. But maybe that's an act, and this is who she really is.
ねえ、岡部、全く関係ない相談していい？
I got you, girl.
関係ない相談ではなく関係ある相談をしてくれ。
That's not...
この前言ってくれたでしょ？
Mm-hmm.
いつでも相
Stay
談
true
し
to your
ろ。
word, Okabe. Went to the LHC at CERN with my school a long time ago, but there was an accident and we couldn't visit anything. Must have been the organization's sabotage. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember that.
私って父親に嫌われてるのよね。
Okay. She sighs sadly. Ah, so that's what she wants to talk about. A conundrum. This isn't like before. When she was merely an advisor, the Time Leap Machine project depended on Kurisu to succeed. It is clear, however, that she will be unable to focus as long as these petty concerns distract her. In that case, it falls to me, the great Hoenn Kyoma, to solve her problem once and for all. Only then can she devote herself fully to the future of the lab.
いいだろう。話せ。
ほんと偉そう。
Don't worry, I got
こ
you,
の前の
girl.
電話。相手は父親か？
I'm speaking, of course, of when I found Kurisu outside the lab crying into her phone. The mood was delicate.
まあね。いつからかな。父親に嫌われるようになったの。
Bro.
私が渡米する前からあからさまに避けられるようになった。家族なのにね。
Bro, what?
お前自身の父親への態度はどうだったんだ？
昔はお父さん子だった。結構けなげだったのよ。
What happened? She smiles, but in her smile I see a hint of self-mockery.
父親は物理学者なんだけど、私は小難しい話を聞かされるのが大好きな子供だった。なんとか理解したくて、小さい頃から物理学の本も読みまくって。
Bro, she's so big-brained. Damn, I guess that's what makes her a genius, right? That's what I said. Or perhaps the yearning for her father's love was what gave birth to her genius.
おかげで学校の成績は算数だけずば抜けてよかった。父親の書いた論文だって読んだのよ。小学生じゃ到底理解できそうもなかったけど、その論文について父親と議論できるレベルにまでなったのが小学生の高学年になってからかな。
6th grade? That's actually insane, dude. Like degree level, like professional scientist level stuff she could like understand at 6th grade. What?
父親と物理学の話をきちんとできるのが嬉しくて、そしていつも私が論破して終わ
Oh,
ってた。
she's too smart. What the hell?
それは嫌われる。間違いなく嫌われる。
So she hurt her father's ego and he hates her for it. Are we being for real? I'm pretty sure that's unheard of even with actual geniuses. I mean, 6th grade, you're like what? 12 years old, 11 years old? Yeah, I think obviously it's like exaggerated a bit, but wasn't there some kid that got into Harvard at like 9 years old? So like, you know, she's one of those. What kind of scientist loses to a grade school girl anyway? Seriously.
やっぱりそう思う。
やっぱりどころの話ではない。確実にそれが原因だ。
That's kind of insane, dude. Just because your daughter is smarter than you and your ego got hurt, you decide to ignore her?
確かにあの人ってプライド高かった。とにかくある時期を境にいきなり全然口を聞いてもらえなくなって、ついにはママとも険悪になって家に帰ってこなくなったの。父親が大好きだった私はそうなったのが自分のせいかもって責任を感じて、かなりショックだった。
What the hell?
一時期はそれでママが海外留学を勧めてくれたってわけ。
So that's why she went to America.
お前は優秀すぎたというわけだ。
From what I understand from a physics teacher who reacted to Steins Gate, there is way too much math to learn and go through to be able to understand physics paper of this level. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about physics, but she's supposed to be like Einstein, I guess, but yeah.
それで今は父親のことをどう思っている？
わからない。
Kurisu looks down.
父親は日本にいるのだろう？一度でも会ったのか？
うん、結局会えてない。この前の電話はその件。会いに行っていいか聞いたら来るなって
Damn.
怒鳴られた。
Yeah, right? Imagine being so butthurt from your daughter. I feel like as a physicist, I guess it's understandable, but as a father, I feel like you should be proud, no? No wonder she was crying. Even for someone as strong-willed as Kurisu, it must hurt to hear that from her father. Science needs humility. Yeah.
それに会っても何を話せばいいのか。嫌われてからも私の方から一生懸命話しかけたんだけど、いつも無視。それがすごく辛かった。その記憶があるからまた無視されるんじゃないかと思って。
泣いているのか？
ちょっとじわっときただけよ。
お前は今でも父親と和解したいと思っている。
そうなのかな。
そう思っていないなら父親のことを俺に相談したりはしないし、会いたくないと言われて泣いたりもしない。
確かに。
素直な気持ちを言えばいい。 お父さんが大好きですとな。
He's keeping it simple.
私の性格的に無理だと思うわけだが。
父親相手に何を可愛こぶっているのか。
Kurisu jerks upright. Her face goes bright red.
ぶってないわよ。
いいや、ぶっている。そんなことで
Is
は
this new content?
和解
Yeah.
などできんぞ。ありのままをストレートにぶつけるしか解決策はない。相手に伝わらなければ意味がないのだ。
That's true.
無駄な装飾は無意味だ。
If you're really trying to convey something, I guess it's good to just be direct. But Okabe sure knows the thing about being direct, though. I can't
もし
lie.
それでも分かってもらえないなら、それは和解の目がないということになる。
時間ってどれくらい？
そんなものは俺に分かるわけがない。お前と一つしか年はか。お前がアメリカに行ったのは何年前のことだ
？7年前。
7年経っても変わらなかったのなら、その倍以上の時間が必要か。
さあ。
Kurisu sighs heavily and rests her chin in her hand. Did my advice backfire? It looks like she's even more depressed now. I fold my arms and rack my brain for a solution. I don't want to see Kurisu like this. It's pathetic.
それでいつ会いに行くんだ？
Kurisu opens her eyes wide in confusion. I take out my phone and bring up the calendar.
夏休み中なのは確定として、行くときはあらかじめ早めに声をかけてくれ。
何言ってんの？
俺にも予定がある。急に言われたら合わせられないかもしれないからな。
いや、もしかして一緒に来るつもりか？
いかにも。お前は俺の助手だ。助手の悩みは俺の悩みに等しい。
はあ？
Kurisu looks dumbfounded. What? Did I say something wrong?
なんだそれ。冗談もほどほどに。
俺はどこまでも本気だ。
Bro, his riz is so good. What?
日本国内ならばどこへでもついて行ってやる。国外だとパスポートを持っていないし、金もないから難しいかな。
岡部。
父親と二人きりだと何を話していいかわからないのだろう。
Aw, this is so cute.
だから俺も一緒にいてやれば問題ない。この法王院京馬が空気を読んだ見事な話題。なぜ笑う？
だってあんたが空気を読めた試しないじゃない。
あ。
By Jove, she's right. A mad scientist does not care about things like tact and decorum. He dominates the room with his sheer presence. Perhaps a softer touch is called for here.
でもありがとう。そこまで言ってくれるなんて思ってもなかった。嬉しいとかそういうんじゃないけど。
Yeah.
ほんとあんたってたまにいいやつになるから困るよね。
Confusing? How? Why is she yelling at me anyway? Shouldn't she be thanking me instead?
ねえ岡部、今言ってくれたこと本気にして。
当たり前だ。
じゃあ電話レンジの改良が終わったら一緒についてき。
Mayuri should come too. She would heal her father's heart. No. Yeah, probably. Mayuri is just so cute, you know? Everyone loves Mayuri.
任せるがいい。で、
青森。
青森？
父親は今そこに住んでる。
That's way up at the north end of the island. Like 700 kilometers or something. I wasn't expecting to have to go that far.
何よ、やっぱりやめたとか言うなよ。もう決定だからな。
望むところだ。
If promising to go to Armory will let Kurisu concentrate on the time leap machine, it's a small price to pay. A small price indeed. We want to be besties. Oh. What's this? Oh, yeah, okay. So with this email, we have to respond with traveling expenses, I think. Yeah. But let's read the email first. Plans. Going from Tokyo to Aomori by bullet train is over 15,000 yen per person. But the overnight bus is only 5,000. Which do you prefer? I want to cover the traveling expenses, but I don't have that much on hand. I'm staying at a hotel and I'm not a celebrity. Mom is pretty strict on money. Not to mention she'd kill me if she knew I was going to see my father. So maybe we should go by overnight bus to fit our budget? No, we're going to respond to this. What is this nonsense? Don't forget your duty as a lab member. Right, that's traveling expenses, right? Just double check that. Curso plan, select traveling expenses. Okay. Mail sent. Hi Lumi, hello. Hello Stick Tax. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? That sounds like the wrong option though. I know, right? It does sound like the wrong option, but I guess the game's just confusing like that. Okay. And then do I have to, what do I have to respond to this? After that it says, Assistant idiot. What do you mean nonsense? Die. What the hell, Okabe? Okay, for this one it says no reply necessary, and then afterwards we should receive a mail with an emoticon. This is where I strayed from the correct path in my first playthrough. Oh. Yeah, it's so weird. Sometimes being mean is the correct option to build a relationship with this, which doesn't make sense, but doing alright, working a bit, so I hope you don't mind if I have you as background noise. Yeah, sure, feel free to lurk. Good luck on the work. It felt wrong after what happened between them. Yeah, exactly. But I guess that's what the game wants. I guess you have to be a tsundere with a tsundere. Yeah, fight fire with fire. Okay, and then basically I think in chapter 5 that is it. There is nothing else to reply to. Oh my god, I forgot when you have your phone out, it doesn't do anything. Okay, we got mail, and she says, okay, sorry for getting mad, but Okabe, did you have to say it like that? What is this? Alright. And then I think that's it for chapter 5, but we'll see if the game wants to show me any new content. Ferris says, is Mayushi okay? Tell her to have fun at Kamima for me. I don't think I can go this year. Yeah, that is just typical Ferris stuff. So that should be fine. The next one would be in chapter 6 then. Apparently there's nothing in chapter 6 actually to do with this. That's Suzuha's one. Okay, this part is this, so then this is the beginning of the whole ordeal with Mayuri's death. So on the flowchart it says chapter 6, there's nothing to do with this. Chapter 7 is where stuff actually matters. And I think I have to go this way. Kurusu's gonna send us a mail later. Okay, so basically that's in chapter 7, which is after we let Suzuha leave. So all of this is pretty much the same. Unless we get an additional scene or something. Maybe there's nothing to do, but there's extra dialogue. Yeah, maybe. So we'll see. It's Friday, and although we haven't solved the lifter problem. Okay, that's just Luca. And then Kurisu is about to be done with the time leap machine. Naturally, that means it's time for her to give me something else to worry about.
最終調整のために電話レンジを稼働させる。
I groan. In other words, we have to cost the... Okay, this is when we get beat up by Mr. Braun. Yep. There's an extra scene in chapter 6 if you call Mayuri just after time leaping first. Okay. Then call Luca on the second one. Okay. We need to... So that's after Mayuri dies. So then we'll see those. Okay, and it should be just about now. They're gonna burst in through the door. Anytime. And boom. Okay. Okay, should be after this. So this part, I'm just gonna skip through manually. And then we should go in time leap.
Mayuri.
Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, we know that. We've seen that a couple times.
これ以上の抵抗するな
Okay.
らあなたたちも殺す
Okay. Auto skip should stop. Okay. I forgot how long it took for us to actually activate this phone wave. Okay, this is the thing about Mayuri and the grandmother, and we wake up and we recall some stuff, it seems.
成功
Okay, so I think
し
I
た
can
のか
call her here. Mayuri? Call. Okay.
トゥットゥルーマユシーです
Hello, Mayuri. Okay.
マユリ今どこに
ただいま電
Oh
話
my
に
god,
出ること
yeah,
が
it
で
goes
き
to...
ません
It went to voicemail.
ってなったら伝言をどうぞ
マユリ今すぐ俺に連絡をくれ
Does she
わかったな
contact us though?
今すぐだ
I hang up. I look at my watch again, it's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what could have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Malika kills Mayuri. Everything's gonna be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. Little does he know. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. Then we can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching our house? Maybe we should hop off the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we are fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri. I think I actually called her the first time.
目が血走っちゃってるけど
Because I'm pretty sure what happens with this is... I think this is the one where we spend the entire day looking for her, and then when we find her, it's too late. And then we get hit by a car. I think that's this one.
どういうこと
9,000 yen. I'm gonna stop an ATM withdrawal.
何よまた中二病
Maybe you called her on the second one. Yeah, that's I don't remember. So I'm just gonna see.
岡部
Like
ど
it
こ
seems
行く
kind
の
of
よ
familiar, but
おい
I think we check at the shrine, yeah, and then Luca's like she left already. Yeah, so Luca's like she left a while ago, and then she actually stopped by somewhere to fix someone's dress. I
ルカ
think.
子
岡部さん
So
ど
then
う
she
したん
bows
で
her
す
head.
まゆりちゃんだったら
Did you call Luca on this end? No, I don't think I called
も
Luca.
う帰りましたけど
Yeah, she left. I think okay, I think I've done this part, but I didn't call Luca in the second one, I think. Because I was like, it's unnecessary to call Luca. So I'm gonna do that. This is the one where she gets hit by the car, right? Yeah. It's the same scene if you call in the second one, but you don't have time for like this call bit. Oh, okay. Okay, so I can
いきなり
call
なんぞマユシならルカ氏のところ行くって
Luca
言
at
っ
some point.
て
Okay,
た
I
じゃ
don't know
ん
where, so I'm just gonna let it do its thing. I should call. Okay, so I always like one chat to. Let's call Luca.
はい漆原です
Hello.
ルカ子俺だ岡部だ
岡部
Yeah, I didn't call Luca first time.
どうしたん
そこにマユリはいるかいたら代わってくれ
はいちょっと待ってくださいねトゥットゥルーマユシーですオカリンどうしたの
Finally, I've managed to get a hold of Mayuri. This will give us hours to spare.
お前今どこだ柳林神社か
そうだい
今からそっちに行くいいか絶対にそこから動くなよ
なんで
Huh?
一体何の騒ぎ
Why don't we just end the call like that? Anyways, Kurisu's eyes are half asleep.
ダルそれに助手を二人
なんだ
できれば 普段行かないような場所に隠れて一晩
一晩過ごすとか。つまり
Daru,
僕
not
と
the
マキソ氏
time.
は
Not the
黙ってろ
time.
変態。
Kurisu gets up.
岡部、どういうことよ。
いいから言う通りにしてくれ。事情は後で話す。
I thought of having them take the time
絶対に戻っ
machine,
てくるなよ。
but the microwave's pretty hard to carry around, and it's that time machine that Moika's really after, not Mayuri. If it'll guarantee everyone's safety, I'd rather just abandon the machine. I dash out the lab, disregarding Kurisu and Daru's demands for an explanation. I was right to borrow Suzuha's bicycle. I arrive at the shrine far earlier than I had run. Mayuri and Lukako are in front of the main building.
マユリ
おかり
Mayuri waves her hand happily and Lukako bows her head.
もしかしておかりんも援護に来てくれたの？
援護
ルカちゃんにコスを着てもらうためのね。
まゆりちゃん、本当に無理だよ。
ねえおかり、ルカちゃんを説得するいい方法何かないかな？
Nah, just let Luka be, bro.
マユシーにはルカちゃん攻略法がもう思いつき
The
ま
reference.
せん。
僕、本当に無理なんです。なのに、まゆりちゃん、ちっとも諦めてくれなくて。
Tears well up in my eyes. I grit my teeth and resist the urge to cry. To see them talking, so happily and carefree. I thought that this peace would last forever, and yet...
すまない。二人とも。コスプレの話は後だ。
I grab Mayuri's hand.
マユリ、荷物を置け。
どういうこと？
これから遠出する。
どうで？旅行かな？
Lukako's face turns red.
二人で行くんですか？
Right, after knowing about Lukako's feelings for us, that is hella awkward, I can't lie.
そうだ。
I let Lukako misunderstand whatever she wants. I take off running, half dragging Mayuri along. We get out to Manseibashi Bridge. Now we need to figure out where we go from here. It's 4:30. We should still have about 3 hours before the trains stop. If we wanted to, we could even leave from Akiba Station. But that seems like a bad idea. Moika and her men might already be there. We should board from another station. If the plan is to head for Yokohama, the fastest way is to take the bullet train from Tokyo Station. To get to Tokyo Station without passing through Akihabara Station means boarding at Kanda or Awajicho. We could walk to Tokyo Station in an hour, but I don't want to waste that much time.
おかり、遠出ってどこ行くの？
俺たちはセルンに命を狙われている。
Oh, we actually tell her in this. Okay.
どういうこと？
詳しい説明は後だ。とにかく秋葉を離れるんだ。
I decide on Awajicho Station and start running. If we can make it to Yasukunidori, the station's right there. But I freeze when I see a group of 6 men walking ahead. Are they Moika's men? I don't know, but we can't take the chance. I pull my Yuri back into a nearby alley. How many men does CERN have? When did these patrols start? Are they watching stations beside Akihabara? I have no way of knowing. To make matters worse, CERN's assassins are indistinguishable from ordinary shoppers. At a glance, you can tell they're different when you get too close, but by then it's already too late. They could be anyone. Japanese, foreigners, anyone. Damn, what should we do? Should we take the shortest route and risk being seen? Or should we stick to the back streets and stay out of sight?
おかり、マユシーはなんだか怖いよ。
The fear on Mayuri's face gives me my answer. I can't expose her to danger. We have to take the back roads. It doesn't have to be Awajicho. Any subway station is fine, as long as we can get out of Akiba. Staying out of sight is more difficult than I expected, and the subway is farther than I thought. I misjudged the distance to the station. Maybe we should double back to Suehirocho Station, or would that take us too close to the lab? There's no way of knowing where CERN's men could be.
隠れろ。
I pull my Yuri into the entrance of a nearby building. Several young men pass by. They're not particularly fit, and each of them is carrying a bag full of computer parts. I don't think they're the enemy, but I can't be sure. The only way to be safe is to treat every group of men as a potential threat. At this rate, it'll be night before I escape Akiba. Maybe we should just go for it, and hope to get lucky. I look up the closest station with my phone. Ochanomizu and Suehirocho are about equal distant from our current position. Suehirocho takes us near the lab, but Ochanomizu is on the same line as Akihabara and might get affected by the bomb threat. An impasse.
マユリ、しばらくここでじっと
どこ行くの？
駅までの道に敵がいないか見てくる。
And while I'm at it, scout the streets between here and there. We'll need to use the shortest route.
マユシは置いていかれたくない。
すぐ戻る。30分しても戻らなかったら。
そんなこと言っちゃやだよ。
分かった。絶対戻る。
I leave Mayuri behind and run to Ochanomizu Station. Wary of surrounding eyes, I scout the streets and decide that the back alleys of Kondomyojin will give us the best chance of avoiding detection. Once we make it to the station, we'll just have to pray. I race back to the spot I left Mayuri.
マユリ、
Daily dose of doo-doo-doo, correct. Mayuri, she's not there. For an instant, I think I got the place mixed up, so I check the entrance of the next building. But Mayuri isn't there either. She's gone.
あいつ動くなって言ったのに。
At first, I assume Mayuri just wandered off somewhere, like she often does, but then, another thought dawns on me. Could CERN have found her? Abducted her? Would they do that? Moeka said that Mayuri was unnecessary. That's why she killed Mayuri first. So, why would they kidnap her? I don't know. The only thing I know is that Mayuri is gone. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed by her side no matter what. Still, I can't give up. I scour the neighborhood for Mayuri. But when I fail to find any traces of her, I return to the lab in despair. Shining finger. We need to talk heading over now, okay, Moeka? It's a mail from Moeka. She's on her way here? She says, we need to talk, which probably means I'm gonna kidnap you and take the time machine. Just as I'm about to delete the mail out of frustration, I notice that there's an image attached. I swallow and open it. It's a scan of the foreign newspaper article. There's a rough black and white picture, along with a date. Why CERN target poor Mayuri? I don't know, actually. February 28th, 1961. 50 years ago. It's not in English. I look at the picture.
釣り魔。
A jellyman. The picture of a jellyman embedded in the walls of a house. Wait. What? Is that Mayuri? No way. Mayuri. What? Oh wait, that's kind of a crazy one. I feel like the one where you get stabbed is way less scary than that. What the hell? Jelly Mayuri is way darker than the one where you get stabbed in the back of the taxi. Wow, okay. And then after this, I'm pretty sure there's nothing more. This is chapter 6? Yeah, this is chapter 6. So we get the nightmare scenario, and then there is a choice of action here where you could call different people, but it doesn't really matter who you call. And then we just need to send the D-mail. Okay. Or is this part new? A screeching fills my ears, needles stab into my brain. As an anime watcher only, I did not expect that. I didn't expect that either. Like, they were like they were speedy with that. They kidnapped her and turned her into a jellyman within the span of like 3 hours. Like, that's kind of insane. The shock lasts an instant, then the pain is gone. A wave of nausea hits me. Vomit backflows into my... Okay, that's kind of gross. I swallow it back and my throat burns. I leapt immediately after seeing the photo. I couldn't accept it. Not even for a second. In the 20 minutes I took my eyes off Mayuri, she was captured by Moeka's men. They took her to France and stuck her in the LHC. In the span of 20 minutes? From Japan to France? What kind of high-speed airplane are they flying her on? Like, what? You do understand it, even on a normal, like really fast plane, it takes a pretty long time to fly from Japan to France. When they sent her through their unstable black hole 50 years into the past, it wasn't an experiment. It was just a warning, a threat. How could anyone do such a thing? Now that I've recovered slightly from the shock, I realized that Mayuri was probably still alive when Moeka sent me that picture. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's a time machine, it just has to happen eventually. A flight to France takes at least 12 hours after all, right? We're discussing the practicality here. But even so, her fate was already decided. Perhaps the 50-year-old newspaper article appeared out of thin air the instant they found her. I don't know why her causes of death changed. I don't have time to investigate. The only choice is to run. Our enemies don't consider Mayuri human. I'm filled with rage and want to kill them. I won't let them have her. The clock shows 5:05. Not much time left as I thought. Come to think of it, the time leap machine should be able to send me back to noon at least. I'll do that next time. A chill runs up my spine. What am I thinking? Next time? Have I already given up on saving her this time? I shake my head to clear it of negative thoughts. Judging by the time, Mayuri's already left the shrine. Schrodinger's cat? It's, kind of. They, describe it, Suzuha explains it to us as a convergence point, where, like, a convergence point is basically like the canon event from Spider-Man, where, like, Mayuri's death will happen no matter what you try and do. She's always gonna die. If you try to, like, change it, it's only gonna change the way that she dies, but she always will die at the same time. All I can do is wait. Okay, I think... yeah, this part I've played. And this is when she gets pushed off the ledge. And then we go back. And then the next thing is in chapter 7, where we receive Kurisu's mail. Okay. Okay, we still get the taxi ending. Yeah. It takes us a while for us to actually talk to other people about it. But anyways, here we talk to Kurisu about it.
それにあんたのそんな辛そうな姿見てられない。
すまない。
謝らないでよ。岡部、前に私の父親のことで相談に乗ってくれたでしょ。だから今度は私があんたの力になる。
Thank you.
あんたの力になりたい。それで一緒に青森まで行ってもらわないと。
Yep, I'm gonna go with you, girl. Trust. She smiles awry but gentle smile, as if I were her mischievous younger brother.
止めたってタイムリープする気なんでしょ。何しろあんたは狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。ちょっとそこは無論だ。
そうだな。
調子狂うな。
Kurisu is right. I'll do anything to save Mayuri. Okay, and then this part, I think we go back and then we talk to her and Suzuha again. And Suzuha overhears us this time, and she comes to explain to us that she's actually John Titor and stuff. So yeah. So this part's all the same, but anyways, this part, I wonder if her phone is on. This part, I think, is where you can call different people to check up on them, but low-key, it's kind of the same. But we're gonna call her girl, because I like my girl. Wait, who are we trying to call here? Oh, yeah, Suzuha.
スザーが。
ご
ごめん。
何？
私が甘えてたせいで。だから今度こそ、それじゃ。
お、スザ！おい！
It's happening again, she's going to disappear. Last time I lost sight of her near the station. Oh yeah, and then we find her in the time traveling machine thing. She gets burned and then she finds out she can't time travel because it's broken. And then we fix it. Alright, this is just chapter 6, I believe. So we go back in time so we can actually fix her time machine, I think. But I am actually just gonna save here actually first. In case. In case I do something. Just in case. Alright. And this is where we're trying to find her dad and we're also trying to fix the machine. So I think this is all pretty much the same. And then this part you can pick whoever, but I don't think it really matters. We're just gonna call our assistant because Kurisu's best girl.
ハロー。
助手か。
なんだ、間違い電話か。
何を言っている？俺。
私は助手なんて名前じゃない。
ならばこう呼ぼう。栗ご飯とカメハメハ。
I hear rattling from the other side of the phone.
なんですってんの？
俺がタイムリープする前。無論俺はこう答えた。お前がネラーで2個中で、アンカーで自分。これか。
Okay, and then essentially, the next thing is chapter 7 after we allow Suzuha to leave and go to the past. And this is right after she finds out who her father is. She finds out that Dara is her father and it makes her depressed. I think she just thought it was unexpected. Okay, and she's gonna go. And then we find out that she actually unalived herself in this world. And then we send a D-mail. Okay, so we send this. And I think this should send. Okay, now we're in chapter 7, and I think this part we're gonna get a mail from Kurisu at some point. Yeah, and then she says the key. There's nobody at the lab. I don't have a key, so I can't get in. When are you coming over? I just assumed you'd be here, like usual. It kind of feels like I'm visiting your home. Not that I want to visit your home or anything. And we have to pick I don't have a key, which will take us to the next one, and we select security, reality down. So we pick I don't have a key. Use the one hidden in the switchboard next to the door. Okay. Alright. That's the next one. And we talk to Mr. Braun about the thing and we get the meter. And then she says, I found the key easily enough. Don't you think your security should be tighter? Should have thought about that before picking a fight with CERN, lol. Also, what's with this frog that's been left with the key? Someone's bad taste. Only a maniac will put something that gross there. Actually, it scared the crap out of me, but keep that a secret, okay? Okabe doesn't have a lot to do to risk Kurisu up. Just call her by a real name. No, that is so real. Every time we call her Kurisu, she's like, Okabe, are you okay? And then she blushes. Okay, we have to select security here. You're right. I was careless. I should have known better. Okay, so sometimes you're genuine, sometimes we're troll. So I really don't understand how we rizz up Kurisu, so I guess we're just gonna have to follow what the guide says. Okay. I should get in touch with her. Who? Wait, who? Oh, it's all of his yapping. That's my only hint. The one I changed. Ferris, okay. And then this is when she doesn't want to talk to us because she's at the Rhinet tournament. And then we have to ask Daru about it. Who is also useless because he's at the match. And then we can call Ferris again, even though, you know, she's on stage, so she's not going to answer us. Okay. And then at some point, there's a mail where she says, "You're delusional, I know," and we have to select a reality. And then we help Ferris with her tournament here. Okay, so she says, "You're delusional, I know. Are you seriously considering electronic locks and card keys? Who has that kind of money? You're being ridiculous, as usual. You need to face reality for a change." And we have to select reality, actually. Alright, I'll tell you the truth, but keep it secret. Stern is after you. After us. I need your help. Oh, we actually asked for help this time. Wow, Okabe, you're learning. You're learning. And then after that, she's gonna give us a mail, and it's just going to be, and then that's the flag for this chapter. Okay. And then obviously we're still gonna go through with sending Ferris's D-mail because, you know.
もともとグラちゃんは2人でタッグを組んで戦ってくんだよ。でもフェイリスタンはデュエルパートナーに見合う人がいないって理由で一人なんだ。
Reality. I can't tell if this is just true or just more of your usual BS. Okabe, this is serious. This is a serious situation. You're turning into the boy who cried wolf. So only tell me the truth from now on. Please. Don't worry. I will always tell you the truth, Kurisu. I will always tell you the truth. And that was the thing to trigger the ending. So now we just have to go to 8 and then do the flags from that. Because the rest of this is the same. All we can do is run. Oh, I actually answered this call last time, but I'm not gonna answer it this time. A phone call? Now? There's no way I can pick up now. I ignored the call and run even faster. Oh, I think that just skips the event. It doesn't give anything new. The net is on fire one. I get that. And then afterwards, Kurisu's phone call, we can either ignore or answer her, but it all kind of takes us to the same thing. And I can't remember. I think I answered her last time. But anyway. Yeah, we definitely answered her last time, but I can just ignore her. Not now. It's a bit too late. They already heard it. Yeah, I think this part is the same. And then we basically... No, it's different because she told us about the flower, actually. So with brass knuckles in hand, one of the men starts grinning, baring his canines. We're suddenly driven to the wall. Damn it, is this the end? It's over, we're done for. What? Ferris shouts and points to the window. Ferris rushes recklessly at the bewildered men. Or so I thought, but she actually just slips between them. I follow. We race down the stairs at a breakneck pace.
ナイスペイントだフェイリス。
Damn, Ferris is smart. However,
そうはいかねえぞ。
and
鳥か
then
こ
we
ち
run
め。
into this guy, I think, and then we get beat up. And then pretty much the rest is just the same. And we just have to send the D-mail. So we just have to send that, and then that's chapter 7. Done. And with 8... there is a message, but we don't have to reply. And then in 9, we have to select one. And then chapter 10. Okay. So this chapter should be pretty much the same. Explain yourself. Hey, what the hell was that just now? That was some loving hug. I'm seriously jealous. No, not about getting hugged by you, but about having someone of the opposite sex to hug. But about having someone of the opposite sex to lovingly hug. Don't misunderstand. Anyway, what was that about? No reply necessary. I don't reply. Okay, I'm not gonna send this then if it tells me not to reply, but don't worry about it. It was just something I had to do. Okay, well, I guess we don't reply to that. Because I think if we reply, that makes it seem more sus. I guess. Anyways, the stuff with Luca. Still. We get a scene if we call Daru, so I think... Did I call him last time? Am I meant to call someone? Phone wave? Hold on. Oh, if we don't call, we get a scene from Daru. Okay, I definitely called the phone wave last time then. So I'm not gonna. I don't have solid proof. Maybe there's no pattern and it's just in my head. Maybe Mayuri dies today. Maybe she dies tomorrow. What I want more than anything is for that to never happen. What happens to Mayuri in this world line? I mustn't let my guard down, not until the IBN is back in my possession. However, at the same time, I want to know what happens to Mayuri on this world line. There's still a chance, however small, that she won't die. No, don't hesitate. Hesitation could lead to an irreparable mistake. I don't want to see Mayuri die again, to see the light fade from her eyes. It's too painful. So I won't confirm Mayuri's death. I don't want to. All I can do is assume the worst. Retrieving the IBN is the only sure way to prevent her death. I must not rest until then. I need to leave now. Don't call this. Actually, they're literally telling you to call, which is really funny. But I haven't gotten this scene where I don't, so... I can always time leap later. I put away my phone and take a deep breath. I don't want to sacrifice anyone else. I know it's unreasonable, but I want to hope that nothing will happen on this world line. A foolish dream, perhaps, but still. Nothing happens on the 14th. Moika's group doesn't appear at the lab and Mayuri doesn't get involved in any accidents. So far, so good. The problem is tomorrow. The time is 7:30. My preparations are complete. The time leap machine is set, Moad Snake is primed, and the remote control for the TV downstairs is ready. It's all second nature to me now. Kamima started today, so Mayuri's been in Ariake since this morning. I told Daru not to come to the lab today, but to keep an eye on Mayuri instead. So even if Moika's group shows up here, they have a low chance of killing Mayuri. Will the Rounders come into this world line? We'll soon find out. 7:35. The door isn't kicked open. Instead, my phone rings, and it's Daru.
もしもし、誰か。
Something's wrong.
おいどうした？誰？
ごめん、変なやつらに。やつら狙いは僕逃げて。どうしよう。
Don't answer that.
お
Oh.
かりん。
Too late. Oopsies. This should take me back though, right? According to the flowchart, it goes back to the thing. So I think it's fine. But I think this is like an additional stuff. Additional scene. Yeah. They probably killed her. Uh-oh. To them, Mayuri is expandable. I grind my teeth in frustration. It didn't work. I haven't averted Mayuri's death. I tossed Moet's snake onto the couch. The preparations were a waste. Mayuri died somewhere else. I thought you were at a different point. Yeah. I hang up and walk to the development room.
お前たちには。
And so once more I send my memories to the past. Okay. Then after this should be the same, and then we need to obviously sacrifice Luca's memories. Alright, and I think an unpleasant sound pierces my ears. My vision ripples, my flesh and my soul momentarily feel separate. I grab my right wrist, I close my eyes and take deep breaths, and wait for my pulse to return to normal. The worst is over. All that's left is a headache. Now I have my answer. Mayuri's death is still fixed, just as in my heart I knew it would be. The change merely delayed it by another 24 hours. I need to cancel Lukako's D-mail. I sit down in a pipe chair and try to come up with a plan. Okay, and then this is the same. Oh, okay. Kurisu ponders this for a while. Then she blushes for some reason and turns away.
ねえ。ちなみに岡部、
Our Riz worked. Our Riz worked.
好きな人
Our Riz worked.
いるの？
おい。
何よその間は。
別にいない。
For a second, Mayuri's face floated through. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is your sister. But I feel more of a need to protect her than romantic love. Yes, thank you for clarifying.
そっか。
なぜ聞く？
いや、なんとなくよ。特に意味はないんだからな。
なぜ怒る？
なってない。そうだ。あんた、漆原さんと付き合っちゃいなさいよ。
Nah, I'm good.
マジ？
どうせ好きな人いないんでしょ。だったら彼女の思いに応えてあげればいいのよ。このバカ。
What did I do to deserve this name calling?
マユリが死ぬのは2日後だ。のんびり恋愛ごっこしている暇はない。
Okay, and then this is the same. And we answer to Luca. But actually we go back in time, because I think he didn't want to answer to Luca, actually. And this time Mayuri's here, but obviously we don't like Mayuri's help, so then... I mean, not Mayuri, assistant's help, so then we actually date her, and then it's kind of awkward. And then we have a conversation with her here. And then we recall how we met Luca.
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
Mail. Oh, okay, this is the mail, but I don't think there's anything to respond to. From an unpopular girl. I don't really care if you get yourself a girlfriend, but don't forget about the time leap machine. This thing is serious. We need to get everyone together and decide what to do with it. I understand you're doing this for Mayuri's sake. Just remember that there's more to this than just Urushiba-san. Urushibara-san. To be honest, I'm still afraid of this monster I've created. I'd feel better if we could talk about it. I want to talk about it. Sure. Let's talk about it. Okay. Okay, and then we have to send this D mail.
覚えていてくれますか?
Okay, and this is the same. We call the D mail, we send it. And then in this one, basically, Kurisu is gonna tell us, contact me, idiot, at some point. And then we go, should I leave now? Yeah, of course you should leave now. Hang on, let me see. Choice of action, call phone wave. If I do nothing, we'll get a phone call from Kurisu. But obviously that doesn't actually change anything. Do we call it? But to be fair, if we don't call it, it's like the same thing is gonna happen. So I think we just wait. Headed out. Joined up with Mayuri. We're heading to their... yeah, that's right. They go somewhere and then we call the phone wave. Okay, and then basically this is the Moeka thing. And at some point we're gonna get a mail.
Moshi.
I stand up and move to the entrance. Okay, this part was canon last time. And then we interrogate Moeka. And then she starts screaming to get the attention of her neighbor. Okay, so this, Kurisu says, contact me, idiot. Is everything alright? What happened with that Kiryu lady? At least, let me know if you're still alive. Don't say anything stupid like you're dead, okay? Please, just reply. Even an email will do. I'm so worried I can't even eat. Moeka turning her head 50 times, yeah. Okay, so here we have to select worried, and we say, don't worry. I won't die, not until I've fulfilled my promise to go to Aomori with you. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Okay, so then after that, she is going to respond to that email. But anyhow, that is chapter 9. And then after we finish chapter 9, that should take us to the true ending. Okay, and then we do all this stakeout stuff. And she says, contact. Maybe this isn't what you want to hear, but I need you to listen. I don't care about Aomori anymore. I just want you to be safe, Okabe. When you ran out without saying anything yesterday, it felt like my heart was going to explode. So hurry back, please. Bro, getting Kurisu to stop being a tsundere, I must say, Okabe, you got hella riz, which I don't know how you have, but you got hella riz, okay? Okay, and then that will give us to the true ending, and since we have the flags, after Mr. Braun dies, we should... we should be fine. She's already in Okurin's pocket. Yup. Okay, and here we confront Mr. Braun. And then Nai kills Moeka. And then we have to send the mail. And then that's the end of chapter 9, I think. Okay. So, at chapter 10, there is a point where Mayuri's gonna send a mail saying, "Where are you now?" And then we have to select where you are. And that should give us the ending. I think this is the same for now. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, and then this is the thing where we're talking that we need... Did you see the scene if you don't send it? Nah. I think I'll look that up later. Because I do want to try and get the ending first and then go for, like, some of the other stuff. Because looking at the chart, there's, like, a lot of, like, achievements as well. But I have just been ignoring that for the most part. For now. The text doesn't lead to an ending. Let's see. Okay, this part is the same. Where we're thinking about this. And then we talk to Mayuri and stuff. And this part is the same. Okay, Mayuri needs to die one more time. And then... Okay. We're getting mail from her. Okay, this part is where I need to pick. So she says, "Where are you now? Where are you? You haven't been to the lab in 2 days. Are you still in Akihabara? We're worried, you know. You were acting strange yesterday. I want to help, so tell me where you are. I don't feel right not having you around. Where are you? I want to see you. Save here. Okay. Okay. I'll save here. And then we'll answer her mail. With the "where are you now?" And we're gonna say, "Let me be alone. I need to think." Right? Yeah. Okay. If you don't reply to this one, you get the Kurisu ending. If you do, you get the true ending. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I see. So we'll just get... Okay, let's go true ending and then we'll see what the Kurisu ending is. Okay. I lean against the fence and stretch out my legs as I look at the sky. I wanted more time to think. That's why I came back. Last time, I spent 2 days refusing to face reality. That's no longer an option now that I've confirmed Mayuri's death. This time, I need to reach a decision. But how? This equation has no solution. No matter what choice I make, someone dies. Okay, wait, this part I've played. It'll surely stop when I get to a point I haven't played.
そんな言い方。
Okay, Mayuri's calling.
もしもし、
Hello.
マユリか。
Oh, she's gonna talk about something about, like,
どうした？
being a burden, right?
あのね、ダル君から
Yeah, this part is the same, right?
マユシーはコミマに
Yeah. This is when we hear Mayuri's conversation with her grandmother. And this is where we're talking to Kurisu. Here.
俺は諦めない。
Okay. Don't give up. Kurisu suddenly pushes me away. She steps back. Her face is hidden behind her hair. But her fists are trembling. Her body exudes a raw fury.
話にならないこのマザーバッカー
お前、
私は大丈夫だって言ってんのに何が諦めないだバカなの死ぬの英雄気取りかこの12秒患者が できもし
Oh,
ないくせ
she's
にカッコつけてん
mad.
じゃない。あんたの頭の悪さにはイライラする。なんで私の言うこと素直に聞き入れてくれないのよ。
俺は
Wow.
あんたがまゆりを助けることが相対的に判断してベストなのよ。一体何が気に入らないの。
相対的判断などクソくらいだ。
Kurisu stares at me in shock.
俺は神じゃない。気がついたらそれに等しい立場にいたけど、誰を助けて誰を見殺しにするかなんて俺はもう決められない。
Suzuha, Ferris, Lukako. I sacrificed their happiness to save Mayuri. And the whole time, a voice in the back of my head was asking, is this really okay? What gives me the right?
だから俺は
This
今
time,
度こそ
I want to save both of them without sacrificing anyone. Kurisu turns away with a frown, then starts tapping her foot in a clear gesture of displeasure.
どうせ無理よ。いつもあんた言ってるでしょ。シュタインズゲートの選択ってやつ。回避不能。解は出てる。岡部一人がどれだけ頑張ったって世界の維新には勝てない。
それでも俺はもがいてやる。
I won't lose Mayuri or Kurisu. I hear Kurisu grinding her teeth. Then she turns her back to me.
勝手にしろ。私は手伝わないからな。もうアメリカに帰るつもりだし。さよなら。もう二度と会うこともないわね。
What?
法王院京馬さん。本当にバカだ。バカにも程がある。このバカ。
Kurisu disappears down the stairs, muttering insults until I can no longer hear her. Now alone, I sigh into the darkness. Kurisu is absolutely right. I can't think of a single way to save them both. I'm a fool. And yet, I have to try. But this time, I won't have Kurisu's help. I'll have to fight the universe alone. Tsundere overload, yup. How do I save both Kurisu and Mayuri? I can't use D-mail. Too much could go wrong. I don't want to make the same mistakes again. In the end, all I can do is time leap. Time leaping can't save Mayuri, but at least it can delay her death. Give me time to find a solution. On this world line, Mayuri dies at 7:30 on the night of the August 17th. That's about 26 hours from now. My battle is no end in sight. If only Suzuha were here, I could have asked her for advice. But even alone, I must find a way. So resolved, I start time leaping again to save Mayuri. I've done this before. When Mayuri died the first time at Moika's hands, I tried time leaping to prevent her death. But I only tried running away that time. This time, I try every approach I can think of. I try hiring bodyguards to protect Mayuri. I try taking Mayuri to South America, an entire world away from Japan. I try crippling CERN with attacks on their servers, the ones that don't need the IBN. I try getting Mayuri admitted to a hospital. It's hard, but given Mayuri's perfect health, I manage. My goal is to keep her from dying by heart attack. I try everything I can possibly imagine. However, every plan fails. Mayuri dies again and again and again and again. Sometimes it's murder, sometimes it's an accident. But every time I leap, Mayuri dies. Maybe it's impossible to resist fate. As long as I remain on this world line, Mayuri cannot be saved. Fate will kill her every time. From Mayuri's perspective, she only dies once. But I have seen her die dozens of times. All because of me. And yet, it no longer affects me as it used to. Little by little, I have grown desensitized to her death. In the beginning, I felt unbearable pain every time I saw her die, a murderous rage towards the ones responsible. Now I feel nothing. The realization stuns me. After dozens of leaps, I finally realize what should have been obvious from the beginning. I never leap more than 26 hours. Why? I could go back as far as August 11th, one whole week in the past, yet I never do. Why? Because I know that if I do, nothing will change. I don't believe that anything will change. Every time my Yuri dies, I find myself thinking, another failure. What went wrong this time? I calmly analyze my Yuri's death, then take my data and head for the time leap machine with a sigh. Like a gamer forced, for the umpteenth time, to restart a particularly difficult stage. I'm just going through the motions. I didn't even realize until this moment how routine it all become. Now that I have, my actions suddenly seem meaningless. I can't take another step. And that's how I find myself here, sitting in front of the machine. I've been staring at it for hours. When we got caught in that evening shower on Radikan, my clothes got soaked. But now they're completely dry. My body temperature has dropped, but I don't have enough energy to warm myself with a shower. I sluggishly get up to my feet and pick up the headset. The sight of it fills me with resignation. Resignation, that's all. There's no desperate drive to save my Yuri, no hope that this time I might succeed. Those emotions are long gone. In truth, they have been gone since my argument with Kurisu. Deep down, I always knew that she was right. I pretended not to see it. I told myself that the time leap machine could solve everything. But that was just an excuse, an attempt to satisfy my ego. In the end, all I'm doing is...
逃げるの?
I turn around in surprise, and there I see Kurisu standing in the doorway. I thought she never wanted to see me again. Why is she here?
なんで?
Kurisu ignores my question and fixes me with her usual glare.
タイムリープするのは逃げよ。
You don't have to tell me that. I already know. I know all too well. In the end, all I'm doing is running away. Running away from responsibility, from the decision. If I had known I would have to make this choice, then I would have refused Suzuha when she entrusted me with her mission.
これまでもしかもそのことで感じる人としての
だったらなんで今あんたは迷ってる？
タイムリープマシンっていう保険が効かないから俺はこのマシン
逃げたって苦しくなるだけ。
She suddenly looks away. Then she leans against the wall and smiles bitterly.
私がそうだから。
Is Kurisu running too? From what?
今の岡部見てられない。自分の顔鏡、心がボロボロになってるんじゃない？そこまで思い悩まずに、さっき言った通り、あんたはここにとどまっちゃいけない。ベータ世界線に行きなさい。それがあんたのためでもあるし、私のためでもある。
She's right. I have no other options left. No more D-mails, no more time leaps. There's no perfect world where both Kurisu and Mayuri live. Maybe there are things I have yet to try, but I'm certain that all of them will end in vain. As long as I stay on this world line, Mayuri will die. And if I go to the Beta world line, Kurisu will die. We'll never be able to talk like this again. It's only been 20 days since we met, and yet memories of Kurisu flash before my eyes.
ちょっと勝手に殺さないでくれますか？私ピン。例えば実際に皆さんが体ごと過去や未来、誰がクリスティーナだ、一言も言っとらんわ。これまでの自分を否定したくないの。たとえ失敗ばかりだったとしても、私たちひょっとすると前にあんた言ってくれたでしょ。じゃあ電話レンジの改良が終わったら一緒についてきて。あんたの力になりたい。ありがとう。私のために。
So much has happened these past 20 days. We argued, we exchanged insults. We made an incredible discovery together. And when confronted with the implications, we shared our fears. When I hit a dead end in my struggle to save Mayuri, I always turned to Kurisu for help. She always listened. She always believed me. And I helped her too. When she was distraught over her father, we promised to go to Aomori together. Without this girl genius on our side, we would not have built the time leap machine. Proud, passionate Makise Kurisu. Always strong, or at least pretending to be. A little nosy, too, and serious to a fault. Before I knew it, she had become the center of the lab. From the very beginning, I was attracted to her radiant confidence. I found myself mesmerized by her every gesture, hanging on to her every word. I listened, enraptured whenever she presented her latest theory. At the end of the day, the reason I never called her by her name was because I was too embarrassed. I admired her, I longed for her, and I didn't want to admit it to myself. Only now do I realize the truth. I love her, and that is why I want so desperately to save her. She's not just a fellow lab member. To me, Kurisu is more than that. And yet I have no choice. In the end, everything she said was right.
俺はお前をすまない。
In a desperate attempt to hold back my tears, I bite my lip tightly. The taste of blood spreads through my mouth.
なんでよりによってクリスなんだって思う。
I pound my fist on the table. Silence. Nothing moves. Outside the window is only darkness. Is this what it's like to be the only person left in the world?
ねえ岡部、あんたがベータ世界線に行ったら、こうして仲間として一緒に過ごした記憶は。
Kurisu's cheeks start to redden, but she turns away.
岡部は私のこと覚えてて。
Her voice is barely a whisper.
お前のことは誰よりも大切な女のことを。
それって何バカなこと言ってんのよ。
事実だ。
それは証明が必要。
Kurisu is
それがない
getting
と
flustered for
私
some
は方程
reason.
式をよ。ACTH の分泌過剰になり、ガンマ波から確率共鳴が起きてヒルベルト曲線のハウストルフ次元は無限大と仮定されるわけだから。
Which is
つま
so
り
cute.
全近線はポジトロン断層法で計測して。
She's when she's like panicked and like flustered, she's using logic and science to
クリス。
I speak her name. Our eyes meet.
俺はお前が好きだ。
Kurisu looks away. Her face is bright red.
お前は
言いますと。
お前は俺のこと
Oh my god.
その
知りたいのか。
Kurisu suddenly looks me straight in the eyes. Her face is still red, but her expression is firm. She walks straight up to me, grabs me by the collar, and jerks me towards her. Kiss. Kiss. Nah, I
目を
don't know.
閉じろ。
Yeah, yeah. Did I make her mad? Perhaps Kurisu hates me for some reason. Maybe she really did mean all those insults she said to me. That would be really sad. I slowly lick my trembling lips and timidly try to ask a question.
なぜ
いいから閉じなさいよ。
I do as I'm told, though I still don't know why she's so angry. My collar is still stuck in Kurisu's grip. Abruptly, I feel a soft sensation against my lips. The faint scent of citrus tickles my nose. And when I open my eyes in surprise, I see Kurisu's face scant millimeters away. And then, I understand what has happened. She's kissing me. Her lips are very warm. My mind goes blank. I'm unable to think. I want to stay like this forever. But soon, Our lips separate. Kurisu looks down shyly.
別にしたくてしたんじゃないから。たださっき約束したでしょ。より強烈な感情とともに海馬に記名されたエピソード記憶はそれに岡部は変態童貞だから、ファーストキスのことについてどうしても岡部にだけは私のこと忘れてほしくなかったから。
My heart fills with love for Kurisu as she makes her frantic excuses. What a relief. She wasn't mad. She was just trying to hide her embarrassment. I want to be with her even more. I want to talk with her even more. I want to learn even more about her. But I know that wish can never come true. My chest tightens. I feel like I'm suffocating. Desperate to keep my emotions under control, I place my own hand on top of Kurisu's, which is still grabbing my collar.
俺はこれがファーストキスではない。
生意気な。
うるさい、少女。
I remember playfully kissing Mayuri in elementary school. And just a little while ago, I forcibly kissed Moeka to silence her. But that was on another world line, and now it never happened, so I guess it doesn't count?
そうか。
そうだ。だから今のは印象としては弱い。
Is he baiting her?
長期記憶にはならないかもしれない。
I'm lying, of course. I've never felt such an intense kiss like that. The shock was like lightning bolt to the brain, but still, I'm lying. Because if I miss this opportunity, I'll never be able to touch Kurisu again. This is my last chance.
だから。
I knew he was baiting her. Kurisu fidgets. She usually glares at me harshly, but now she's avoiding my eyes.
絶対に忘れたくないから。
I decided to take the initiative. I wrap my arms gently around Kurisu's waist and pull her slender body against mine.
それならしょうがないな。
Bro, with the writing, since when was I playing an Otome game? Kurisu looks up at me shyly.
キスだけどうぞ。
What is she worried I'll do?
ちゃんとその
I run my fingers softly through her hair.
して。
Then, I slowly bend down.
岡部。
We're both shy, so we end up pecking at each other's lips like two small birds. Then, we draw back and look at each other. Kurisu's eyes are wet, and tears are running down her cheeks. I kiss them away. They're salty.
忘れないで。
We press our lips together again, stronger than the first time, longer than the first time. I never want to let go. We embrace each other tightly, our feelings too powerful to contain. We seek each other's warmth again and again. Locked in our embrace, we feel each other's breaths. We feel each other's scent. We feel each other's taste.
時間が
Kurisu's whisper resonates through our embrace.
あっという間に過ぎていく。今だけはアインシュタインに時間は絶対的じゃない。アインシュタインは時間がねえ岡部、相対性理論ってとても切ないものだね。
How does Kurisu feel about me? In the end, she never really answered my question. Early morning, Akihabara Station. Kurisu is standing before the entrance with her huge suitcase behind her. She waves to me shyly as I approach. Then she blushes and shoots me her usual glare. After that kiss, Kurisu went back to her hotel to pack. That suitcase must hold everything she brought to Japan. She's going back to America.
それじゃ
マユリとダルは
なんだかみんなに見送られると辛くなるから。岡部だけなら何のためらいもなく日本を立てる。 ジョークよ。
Kurisu looks like she's about to cry. I'm sure it looks just as sad, but I won't cry. I don't have that right.
手土産だ。
I hand her
Okay.
future gadget number 2, the bamboo helicam. It's a bamboo helicopter equipped with a CCD camera, which allows it to record videos in the air. A truly groundbreaking invention. But sadly, due to its constant high-speed rotation, the video it produces tends to cause motion sickness.
いらね
I
え。
wonder what the answer to that question is coming.
いいから。そんなにかさばるわけじゃないし。
I wanted to give her future gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball, but it was too big. Kurisu accepts bamboo helicam with a strained smile.
しょうがないから受け取っておく。
And then, silence. No words of farewell. We just look at each other.
青森。一緒に。
うん。でもこの2週間、まゆりや橋田によろしくね。
Kurisu spreads her arms wide. Without a moment's hesitation, I step forward and embrace the genius girl one last time.
岡部、頑張って。
元気で。
Kurisu smiles faintly, then turns and walks towards the entrance with suitcase in hand. From her POV, it has only been 2 weeks, yeah. For us, it's been like, what, 7 months because of how much we time leaped? Low-key, speedrunning a relationship. Yeah. I watch her go, unable to move a muscle. I don't want to stop her. I mean, I want to stop her, dude. Can I not read? I want to stop her. I want to wrap my arms around her and tell her to stay with me forever. But I can't. This is what we decided. To save Mayuri. To save the future. I'm sorry, Kurisu. I can't save you. Kurisu will disappear. She'll be left behind on this world line. There's no place for her in the coming world.
俺はマキセクリスのことを。マキセクリス絶対に。
I don't know whether Kurisu will hear my words. She keeps walking, stride steady, back straight, long silky hair flaring in the wind. She's quickly fading into the distance, but I can tell. I see her shoulders trembling. We will never meet again. Our world lines will never cross again. I'm glad I met you, Kurisu. I would have been lost without you. I love you. Goodbye. I stand there in the entrance as commuters file past, until long after she has vanished from sight, afraid that any motion, any thought, might cause the tears to fall.
それではこれよりオペレーションベルダンディ最終フェーズを開始する。
Daru and Mayuri turn to me and nod. Today is the last day of Kamima. Daru wanted to attend. Okay, this part's the same, but I guess not really. I take a look around the lab, and 20 days has passed since the madness began. It's incredible to think that at one point the lab had 8 members, and now we're back to 3. The memories we made, the experiences we shared, to save Mayuri, I will undo them all. There is sorrow in me and guilt. I engrave them deeply, deeply inside my heart. I'll never forget. I mustn't forget these long yet short summer days. But still, I choose to erase our memories, and I choose to return everything back to normal. Suzuha's mission is irrelevant. I'm not doing this for the future. As long as Mayuri lives, nothing else matters.
ダル。
いいんだな。
ああ。
オキドキ。
Daru starts typing on the IBN. It's already connected to his main computer. This will get us into CERN's central database, where they keep the data mine within Echelon. There, we will locate the first email I sent on July 28th and erase all traces of its existence. With this, I can reach the beta world line. At least, Mayuri will be safe. I look at Mayuri. Susa says okie dokie too, right? Yeah, I think so. Like father, like daughter. I look at Mayuri. She's on the couch, sitting straight as a ramrod. With her grandmother's pocket watch pressed to her ear, she stays still, eyes closed. Even though she's never met her father, It's a genetic trait. Whenever Mayuri wants to calm down, she listens to the sound of the pocket watch. Earlier, I told Mayuri everything. I guess she's come to terms with it in her own way. The actual work I left to Daru. No problem there. While waiting for him to finish, I walk into the development room. In the center of the room is the time leap machine. I squat down and gently brush my fingers against the microwave surface. It's cool to the touch. I've made irreplaceable friends because of it, and because of it, I've also hurt them. But I don't want to blame the tool. It's how you use the tool that matters. And I've got to admit, it saved me more than once. But still, once this is over, I'll destroy the time leap machine. We must never make the same mistakes again.
オカリン見つけた。マジであったぞこれ。
あったのか。
しっかり残ってるよ。
Daru points to a string of characters. My name is there, followed by the 3 messages I wrote about Kurisu's death. 3 lines total, each 12 characters long. This data led CERN to our doorstep. At FB's instruction, Moeka and the Rounders attacked. If Suzuha is right, then, by erasing this data, we will escape from Attractor Field Alpha where CERN dominates the future. That will take us to Attractor Field Beta, to the Beta world line within its range of convergence, to a future without Mayuri's death. Mayuri is standing next to me, gazing intently at the monitor. She grasps my hand firmly.
おかり。
大丈夫だ。
She looks anxious, so I pat her head to calm down.
エンターキーを押せばデータ消せるようになってる。
Daru stands up and gestures to the open
その
seat.
儀式はオカリンに譲るわ。
I sit down and face the keyboard. This time it ends. Kurisu's face floats through my mind. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Goodbye, Kurisu. Slowly, I raise my right hand and extend my index finger.
勝利の時は来た。
Daru twitches
こ
at
の
my
俺は
cry.
あらゆる陰謀に屈せず、この勝利のため
One press of the key and
我が
Kurisu
手
will
足と
die.
なって
I firmly grip my coat
戦ってくれた仲間た
at
ち
the
に
shoulder
感謝を
where the pink thread would have been stitched.
訪れるのは俺が望んだ世界なり。
I wish for Mayuri to live and Kurisu to die. That is the truth, and I must never forget it.
すべてはシュタインズゲートの選択である。
This is the choice of Okabe Rintaro.
世界は再構成される。
I swing down my index finger. And at the exact same time, I hear the lab door open. My eyes dart towards the sound. There in the doorway stands Kurisu. Her face is flushed. Was she running? Why is she here? She should be on her way to the airport right now. Kurisu is looking at me. Her eyes are glistening, but her face is all smiles. Did she come back for me? In a split second of frozen time, I imagine I hear her voice. We didn't say goodbye, she says. Immediately afterwards, my finger strikes the enter key. No! The world starts to warp. The timeline is being rewritten. I feel my consciousness being sucked up into the vortex. Reading Steiner. Divergence is changing. The warp accelerates. Kurisu. Daru. Mayuri. Everything inside the lab is shifting. Color fades as my consciousness leaves the world line. I turn to face Kurisu, desperate to burn this last sight of her into my eyes. She raises her hand.
さよなら。私も岡部のことが。
The world gradually stops spinning. Little by little, color returns. I look to the door. She was standing there just a moment ago. My assistant, Christina. Makise Kurisu. Now she's gone, vanished like a dream. I look around the room. I loathe you. I look around the room. Next to me is Daru. And behind me is Mayuri. Everything is where it should be. It looks like nothing has changed at all. I gently touch my coat's shoulder, where Kurisu fixed a torn seam. It's gone. My coat isn't torn. The stitches, uneven from having been sewn in the dark, have disappeared. There's no trace of that ridiculous pink thread. I stand up and head to the development room. Underneath the table, the time leap machine. No, that's not the time leap machine. That's the phone wave. The upgrades Kurisu made are gone. Nothing has changed. The world line is exactly the same. In all respects save one, Kurisu was never here. Every trace of her has vanished. Kurisu is nowhere now. Nowhere except in my memories. Mayuri and Daru are looking at me.
なあ、ラボメン
I
ナ
need
ン
to
バー
ask.
004は誰だっけ？
Even though I know the answer.
オカリン、ラボ面には
それとも名前すら明かされてない。
いや、
I knew that it would be like this. But the fact that they forgot her existence is so saddening. So frightening. I'm the only person in the world who remembers Makise Kurisu as lab member 004. So I won't forget. I alone will live with her memory engraved upon my heart. Now, time to proclaim my triumph. There are still things that must be done, and many sacrifices were made to get here. But despite all that, this is my victory. I've won. Mayuri and Daru stare at me in my laughter.
今ここにこの俺、狂気のマッドサイエン時空を操ることで、そしてたどり着いたこの大いなる知恵、これこそが。
オカリン、
Mayuri suddenly throws her arms around me. I freeze, utterly taken aback. Daru looks as confused as I am. Mayuri looks up at me and smiles. It's the gentlest smile I've ever seen.
もう
何を言ってるんだ？
だって今のオカリンねえ、無理しないで。もうその口調続けなくてもいいんだ
Wait,
よ。
wait. What she says is the exact same thing she says when we got the Mayuri ending.
辛いなら
The burden thing.
普通に戻って。
俺
もうマユシーのこと、マユシーはオカリンはね、何があったのかは泣いても。
And just like that, the mask shatters. All it took was one word from Mayuri. Mayuri. The sister I never had. Yes, sister, thank goodness! The sister I never had. The girl who always needed my protection. I had to save her. That was my purpose. I even sacrificed the girl I love. But now I realize that it's over. Mayuri is safe. I'm free. Once more, I see Kurisu's face in my mind's eye. I recall the warmth of her body, the softness of her lips, the weight of her last words. One by one, they pound against my heart. I can't bear it anymore.
オカリン、マジで泣いてんの？
My vision blurs. Tears run down my cheeks. A tidal wave of emotion crashes over me. Nothing remains to hold it back. I'll never see Kurisu again. That knowledge shreds my heart. I can't hold back my sobs. I can't stop my tears. This is the world I've been searching for. A world where Mayuri does not die. And yet, it is missing the person most precious to me. It's too much. It's too cruel. Why did it have to be Kurisu? Why was I forced to choose? Why did she send me off with a smile? I cling to Mayuri. She strokes my hair gently. I surrender to my grief. 3 days have passed since then, and Mayuri is still alive. Moeka and the Rounders have not attacked us, and Tennoji has shown no sign of moving against us. Daru has been visiting May Queen as usual, while Mayuri has been working on costume designs for the next Kamima. Everything is back to normal. Everything save for the hole in my heart. I'm standing by the dumpster back out of the lab. We just finished dumping the last of the trash. This morning, I called Daru and together we dismantled the phone wave and the IBN.
はあ、もったいねえな。
それよりね、マユシーはもう
電子レンジぐらい拾ってくればいいだろう。
We no longer need the phone wave, that miraculous time machine built by coincidence. It brought Kurisu into my life, but at the same time it made many people suffer. It must never be used again, not by me, not by anyone. It's time for the phone wave to die. And with it, the insane mad scientist Hoenn Kyoma, Lord of Space and Time. I recall what Kurisu said once.
これまでの自分を否定したくないの。たとえ失敗ばかりだったとしても、それを含めて今の自分があるんだから。
I gaze once more upon the scrap heap that was future gadget number 8. We stripped it down to the last bolt and the circuit board. Surely no one can rebuild it now. Time travel is too much power for any human to wield. We don't need D-mails or time leaps, even if nothing in the future is guaranteed. Even though I might die tomorrow, life was never meant to be redone, and that's fine by me. Wouldn't you say so too, Kurisu? I look up at the sky. Even though it's the middle of the day, I can see a single star shining. Maybe it's Venus, which suddenly reminds me.
過去にだって今すぐ行けますよ。夜になったら望遠鏡で空を覗いてみてください。
Every night,
何万年も前の光を見
we
ることができる
we
でしょう。
casually travel through time. That's what Kurisu said. And each and every word she spoke, I carve into my heart, so that I'll never let them slip from my memory, for as long as my life endures. Damn. I thought surely that the ending would have been like we got to save both of them, but I guess not. Damn. Sometimes you just lose, yeah. Yeah, there was no winning in that story. But, you know, technically, she technically died in the very beginning. Wow. But this and the Mayuri ending, the major difference is kind of his... In a way, he got to settle things with Kurisu, so there's that, but yeah. Huh? Who is calling me? Who's calling me? Hello? Hello? Okabe, pick up your phone. Okabe! Okabe, pick up your phone. Someone's calling you. The cops are out to get you. Dude, I did nothing wrong. Trust.
はい、もしもし。
Oh, Daru?
え、誰が？僕が？お父さん？
Huh?
君の？
Suzu,
言って
huh?
んの？は？岡部倫太郎に代われ？なあ、岡凛。謎の女が代わってくれってさ。
Suzu, huh?
誰だ？
お願い、今すぐラジカンの屋上に来て。
Suzu, huh? Suzu, huh?
2036年から来た。そこにいる橋田至の娘。名前は天音鈴葉。
Suzuha! My girl! I love Suzuha!
なんでここにいるんだ
Huh? Wait. Who said we were done, right? Who said we were done? What a fit! We got baited! Oh, that was not the ending! Whoa. Okay, wait, let me save. That was not the ending. We were baited by the game. She said to meet her on the roof of Roddy Khan. When I get there, I find it cordoned off. The roof was off limits to begin with, but now it's part of a crime scene. As if I needed another thing to remind me of the murder that took place here 3 weeks ago. I duck under the yellow tape and open the door. The lock is still broken. I can hardly breathe after running up the stairs to get here. As I gasp for air, I look across the stark white concrete. Naturally, my eyes go straight to the satellite sitting smack dab in the middle of the roof.
嘘だろ
ロボじゃね？変形とかしたりして。
Mayuri and Daru are just as surprised. By the way, in the anime, this bait is after the ending song, but a lot of people skip ending, so they just straight up skip that Suzuha call. Yeah, I felt like that ending was a little lackluster, like, surely there's something else, and there is something else. What is that thing? I mean, it looks like Suzuha's time machine. But there's something different about it. Suzuha's looked old and beat up. This one looks brand new. It's not stuck in the wall either. And besides, this is the Beta World line, where CERN's dystopia never forms. Suzuha has no reason to time travel to 2010. The satellite shouldn't be here, and yet, I feel like I've seen it before. Where? When did I? Of course! It was at Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. Right before the presentation started, something shook the building like an earthquake. And when I went to check on the roof, the satellite was sitting there. Though still confused, I approached the satellite. Then, the hatch opens and someone steps out. Is it like a military uniform?
Okabe.
鈴葉
It really is her. The part-time warrior, John Tider, time traveler from 2036. Daru's daughter who will be born 7 years from now.
なんでだ
I
なんでお
asked
前
her
が
the
ここ
same
にい
question
る
over the phone, but I can't help myself. I need answers.
質問に答えて。君が
おお
Her hair looks cool. Yeah, I like her hair. The way she puts it makes it sound like she never met me before. And now that we're talking face to face, I realize that there's something very different about her. For starters, what's with all the camo? It looks dirty and worn, like she's been fighting for a while. She's even carrying a gun for some reason, and I'm pretty sure it's not a replica. Is she really Amane Suzuha?
いや待てちょっと待て
This doesn't make any sense. No, calm down. Figure this out, Okabe. You know what? You know that this is impossible. Suzuha can't be here. She left in 1975 in her one-way time machine. She found the IBN and made sure that you would get it, then passed away in the year 2000. So, where did this girl come from?
私は2036年から来たタイムトラベラー。オカリンおじさんに。だおじさんなの？
We don't have time to humor Mayuri's question. Suzuha walks up to me and looks me in the eye, her expression is grim. The next words out of her mouth are the last thing I expected to hear.
この世界線の未来では第三次世界大戦が起きちゃうんだ。
What the hell?
それを回避するために私に協力して過去を変えて。
なんなんだよそれは
第三次世界。
いやつうかさ
父さんは黙ってて。
父さんはあびっくりした謎の美少女にいきなり父さん呼ばわりされたで
待て待ってくれ
I take a deep breath. Okay, let's figure this out. I turn to Suzuha.
そこにある人工衛星のようなものはタイムマシンか。
Suzuha nods curtly. She hasn't smiled once. There's no hint of the cheerful Suzuha I remember. Instead, I sense strength, conviction, and steel resolve.
お前の父親が作ったのか。
そうだよ。
Suzuha glances at Daru.
お前は
2036年から1975年2000年を経由して
経由だって。
That doesn't make any sense. She's obviously not in her 40s, which means...
あのタイムマシンは未来方向にも跳躍でき。
そうじゃなきゃタイムマシンとは呼べないじゃん。
This isn't the Suzuha I know, but this is Suzuha.
お前は
違う未来。
2036年はどんな状況なんだ。セルンによるディスト。
セルンって何？ディストピア？
Suzuha frowns. She doesn't know about CERN. That settles it. This is definitely not the Suzuha I know.
さっき第三。
そう。その戦争で人類の総人口は10億人まで減ったの。
10億って、今の総人口って
Hello, Suzuki.
67億人ぐらいじゃなかったっけ？
核兵器が使われてね。
We went from time machines to nukes. Well, I guess it got more realistic, huh?
かつての冷戦構造にそっくりだった。きっかけはタイムマシン。
Oh, it's still time machine.
EU とロシアによる開発競争が火種になって世界を滑る可能性を持つ夢の装置。それを手に入れることは過去から未来までを全て手中に収めるっていうことになるわけだから。
Oh my days. Time travel again. It has the power to grant your dreams and at the same time destroy everything you love. I know that better than anyone.
2036年には戦争は終結してるけど地球はボロボロ。
It's unbelievable.
もうさ、人がまともに住める世界じゃないんだ。
In the future of the Alpha World line, CERN used their time machine to fashion dystopia where no one could oppose their rule. Suzuha traveled to the past to change that. She showed me how to escape that convergence. The result is this, the Beta World line. Here, CERN fails to complete its time machine. But instead, 5.7 billion people die in the fires of nuclear war.
そんなのありかよ。
Last time I checked in, Okabe was trying to chase Suzuha. Right, well, we managed to stop Mayuri's death. Oh shoot, Mayuri actually died, right. So there was this incident where Mayuri was gonna die and we had to save her. And in order to save her, we had to move to the world line at the very, very beginning of the game. The one where Kurisu initially died. So that's what happened, and now a new Suzuha came. My legs fold beneath me and I sink to my knees.
おかり、大丈夫？
Mayuri kneels beside me and gently rubs my back. But I'm too stunned to respond to her kindness. I glare at Suzuha. Though I know it's absurd, part of me blames her.
なんでこんなことになっ。お前が言ったんだぞ。ベータ世界線なら平和な未来が待っているって。
We saved Mayuri and changed the future. And now, after everything we did, Suzuha appears before me once again to say that it wasn't enough.
今が未来への大きな分岐点。
そんなのは知ってる。
だったらわかるでしょ？このままじゃ57億人が死ぬんだよ。
Mayuri's watch stopped
戦
working.
争が終わったって何も残ってない世界に、あんなひどい世界を変えるために。
断る。
I reject her plea outright. Suzuha looks hurt, betrayed, like an abandoned puppy. How dare she look at me that way? I borrow Mayuri's shoulder and struggle back to my feet.
俺はアルファ世界線からここに来た。俺の大事な女の子の命を犠牲にしてまでここ
Maybe
にたどり着
2%
い
will
た
do
ん
the
だ。
trick. Yeah, maybe 2% will do the trick. Let's go to the Gamma world line. If that doesn't work, we can go to the Delta world line. If that doesn't work, we can go to the I can't go back. Not to the world line where Mayuri dies.
57億人が死のうと知ったことかよ。あいつ
One
の
person versus 5.7
クリ
billion.
スの犠牲を
They can't be
無
compared.
駄になんかさせないからな。
Suzuha's staring at me in disbelief. Mayuri and Daru clearly don't know what to say. I haven't told them what happened, so they can't understand.
つまり
おじさんは別のアトラクタフィールドにいたって。すごい。それが例のリーディングシュタイナー。
なぜその名を。
父さんから聞いてる。それに私もオカリンおじさんとは
俺と。
そっか。そしてそっちのアトラクタフィールドでも私は同じように2010年に来たんだね。
A faint smile flickers across her face, then she looks at me with renewed intensity.
オカリンおじさん、今おじさんは断るって言ったけど。
Maybe in the Delta world line, Daru dies instead, which is a big deal in of itself, and that means no Suzuha either. Maybe in a world line everyone lives and there's a happy world line, and we just have to get to it.
そうだ。クリスの死は無駄にしない。
マヨシはさっきから言ってるそのクリスって。聞いておじさん、もしもだよ。この世界線の未来を助けることって言ったら。
Shock ripples through my body. What did you say? Save Kurisu? But how? We no longer have the phone wave or the time leap machine, and even if we did, I can never leap that far back. Of course. I look over Suzu's shoulder at the object disguised as a satellite.
タイムマシン。
It came all the way from 2036. It should have no trouble going back a mere 3 weeks. Even better, this time machine can do what Alpha Suzuha's could not. It can travel to the future. I can go back to July 28th, save Kurisu, and then return to the present. No demails, no time leaps. Genuine physical time travel. I can't refuse. I literally can't refuse. I saw this time machine once before on July 28th, that fateful day, shortly before Kurisu was killed. I saw it, standing in this very spot, as sure as it is standing before me right now. There is only one thing it can mean. It has already been established that this time machine will appear on that day in this place. Even before I sent the first D-mail, my participation was assured. Even the thought of turning Suzuha down now is meaningless. Nothing is coincidence, everything is inevitable. The revelation makes me dizzy. It's like I don't have the tiniest atom of free will. Like my every action from the moment of my birth was planned for me by some cosmic force.
私が望む世界線はオカリンおじさんが通ってきた。目指すべきはアトラクタフィールドの狭間。
Oh, the space between?
どのアトラクタフィールドからも一切干渉を受けない、通称シュタインズゲート。
They said the thing! But that's the tuning name I pulled out of my ass. It doesn't even mean anything.
シュタインズゲートはさ、まだ誰も見たことのない未知の世界
らしいって。それ誰かが。
観測はされてないんだよね。でもシュタインズゲートのダイバージェンスはお父さんとオカリンおじ
What
さん
is
と
it?
で
Like
相対
100%?
値でここから
Negative?
マイナス 0.081609%。
How do you do that?
そこがシュタインズゲート。
その世界線に到達するため。
そういうこと。第三次世界大戦を回避する鍵なんだよ。彼女が
なぜだ。なぜクリスなんだ。わからないって。
私は父さんの立てた計画通りに。その計画元はオカリンおじさんが立案したらしいんだ。だからおじさんの計画が
どうしてまた聞きなんだ。直接。
オカリンおじさんは10年ぐらい前。
Oh, he passed away last year, damn RIP Okarin. The same results as the Alpha World line.
だから真相はわからない。父さんはオカリンおじさんの意思を継いでこの計画を実行するために
That's
た
my
った一
super
人でタイム
hacker. He must have hacked into CERN and stole their research, then used it to construct his own time machine. On the Alpha World line, CERN killed Daru before he could complete the machine. But here, Daru was able to perfect his design. That's why he can go back to the future. At least, that seems the most likely explanation.
オカリンおじさん、その世界線シュタインズゲートは未知っていう。もしかしたら 第三次世界大戦が終結。もしかしたらマキセ・クリスはオカリンおじさん。もしかしたらオカリンおじさんは。でも同時にもしかしたら2003マキセ・クリスも他の誰も死なないかも。素晴らしい未来が待っているかもしれない。少なくとも私がいた2036年でもなく、アルファ世界線の私がいた2036年でもなくなるのは確か。
Is an unknown future really for the best? I would hate for the ending role to say, despite your best efforts, you made everything worse.
先は見えない完全な未知。
Kurisu can't be saved. I know that. Even if we change the past, convergence will ensure her death, just as it did for Mayuri. It's impossible. There's no way this plan can succeed. In the end, fate will win, as it always has.
それでも言ってくれるなら、それでも私と一緒にこの手を握って。
I look down at Suzu's hand. Her skin is rough, and her palm is calloused. This cool, collected, unsmiling Suzuha comes from a ruined world, from the ashes of a war that claimed over 5 billion lives. I can only imagine what she's been through. Kurisu, how I've dreamt of saving her. I would do anything to change her fate. But how do I know this invitation won't lead me into another maze of despair?
でもね、そのマキセだったら頑張るべきだよ、オカリン。
57億人救えるか。ごちゃごちゃ細かいことはいいから、その女の子を助けることだけ考えればいいんじゃね。そうすればモテ期到来確定だし。
Mayuri and Daru offer me encouragement, but it's not enough to overcome my doubt. The Makise Kurisu we knew is already gone. Even if I save her on this world line, she won't remember any of the time she shared with us. So there's no point. I won't bend time to my convenience, not again. I like the song, yeah, it's like the theme song, I guess. I'm not God. I don't have that right. If I try, I'll just end up making things worse again. Reason pleads with me to stop. And yet, I look at Suzuha's outstretched hand. And then, with resignation, I grasp it firmly.
やるよ。
Try though I may to fight it, this choice was made for me on July 28th, the moment I laid eyes upon that time machine.
結局俺がお前の手を握るように運命は収束するんだろう。
I'm not all that confident that I can save Kurisu. How many times have I tried to resist fate only to fail? I don't want to see her die. But if there's a chance, however small, that she can be saved, I have to try. Even if I can't take back what we had, I want more than anything to save her.
一緒に。
ありがとう、オカリンおじさん。じゃあ乗って。
ちなみにそのタイムマシン、
もちろん私の父さんが作った最高傑作なんだ。
誰は娘に愛されてるな。
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかく父さんではなく、
オカリン、絶対帰ってきてね。
別に違う世界に行くわけじゃない。過去にちょっと
I
戻って
pat
くれた
Mayuri's
から
arm reassuringly. Then I follow Suzuha to the time machine, hatch, and slip inside. The interior is cylindrical and surprisingly tight. When I sit down on the ledge that rims the cylinder, it puts me face to face with Suzuha, kind of like one of those giant teacup rides. There are fewer controls than I expected. The inside definitely looks more refined than what I saw of Suzuha's time machine on the Alpha World line. But one thing remains the same. The time display panel, a black screen with red lettering. I guess that's just Daru's taste.
携帯出して。
When I hand it over, Suzuha casually tosses it out the hatch.
おい、
持っていかない方がいい。混戦するから。
Interference? Oh, I see. We're going to July 28th, so there'll be 2 of me. And if I bring it, 2 of my phone. I guess that could be a problem if I get a call or something. So time travelers really do need to be careful about what they bring to the past.
ハッチ閉めて。
I hear my Yuri and Daru cheering outside. My Yuri caught my phone, thankfully. I give them a final nod, then close the hatch. Silence engulfs us. Suzuha is operating the time display panel. She sets our destination, July 28th, 2010, 11:50 a.m.
時間はこれぐらいでいい。
ギリギリすぎないか。
I remember that Dr. Nakabachi's presentation began at 12.
このタイムマシンって場所移動ができないの。
というと？
例えばここ。つまりラジカンの屋上からタイムと、まあ本当はもっといろいろ複雑な計算し、とにかくそういうことなんで、発表会の前日に飛ぶこともできるけどさ。
なるほど。
おじさんってタイムトラ
あのな、タイムリープは腐るほどやったが、タイムトラベルは初めてだ。ジョン・タイター曰くかなりの G が発生して。
ああ、それ書いたの。
ジョン・タイターのことか。
そう、2000年に飛んだ時に。
そうか。
The past has changed back, I suppose, from my point of view. When I was on the Alpha world line, I saw Tighter post on that channel in real time. On this world line, these posts were made to an English BBS in the year 2000.
あんまびっくりしないんだね。
Nothing can surprise me now. My brain's too busy trying to process all this new information. It feels like it's gonna blow.
改めてこのミッションについて説明するね。目的はマキセ・クリスの死の回避。
Ever since I returned to this world line, I've avoided all news of Kurisu's murder. I was afraid of seeing that result in stone. So I still don't know who killed Kurisu. I don't know how or why she died. I won't know anything at all. If I had known it would come to this, would I have looked things up? I asked myself that question. The answer is no.
アトラクターフィールドによる収束は？
言ったでしょ。その日マキセ・クリスの死の可能性は
収束は
起きるかもしれない。多分起きる。
So in the end, it's a gamble.
でもきっとそれと一つ
どういう意味だ？
私のいた2030、その原因をたどっていくと半ば地論文に行き。
しかし奴のタイムトラベル理論はジョン・タイターのパクリ。
John Titor's sitting right in front of me.
つまり
一部に嘘は混ぜておいたから、まさか10年経って再評価されるとはね。とにかくドクター中鉢はマキセ・クリスの殺された会場にいたんだよね。
Dr. Akabachi?
だから
Important?
彼には注
I
意しと
thought he
い
was just some con artist.
て。じゃあ行くよ。シートベルト締めて。
I look under my butt to find what looks like a car seat belt. I wrap it around my waist and fix my body to the seat.
結構揺れるのか？
揺れはほとんどないよ。
You mean it does something else? Wait, is this safe? Susa leans forward and pushes a bright yellow button on the bottom panel. There are no windows, so I can't tell if the time machine is moving.
たった3週間だからものの 2,3 分で行けるはず。
Susa fastens her own seatbelt and sighs.
最初に1975年へ飛んだ時なんかさ、
I
6
guess
時間
time
ぐらい
travelers
かか
have
って
their own problem.
2,3 分だからあえて酸素マスクはしてないけど、タイム
我慢しろと。
ここに
Susa points to the center of the cylinder, the space between me and her.
エアポケットができるの。そこに頭を突っ込んでおけばさ、
なあ、
実はそんなに燃料はなかったりするんだよね。つまり世界線をでも心配しなくてもいいよ。8月20日から7月28日への往復はさ、
So what is she saying?
まだ
That...
2回ぐらいなら可能だから。
So basically we have 2 chances.
燃料がないなら
帰る予定はないんだよね。シュタインズゲートへ行けたら因果が再構成されるんだ。ここにいる私はというわけで、オカリンおじさんの頑張り次第。
Her tone is light, but her expression is serious. This is the first time in weeks that we've spoken, but I just now realized something about her. Susa is pretty reckless, isn't she? Suddenly, there's a zapping sound, and countless faint silver lights start floating around the cylinder. They look like moth dust or powdered snow. The lights also slowly change colors. Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Back to silver, violet, blue. The colors of the rainbow. I feel pressure on my entire body, similar to the sensation you feel as you ascend in an elevator. In an elevator, it feels as though you're being pulled downward, but instead, the time machine feels like it's pulling at my back. The feeling of pressure quickly increases. It starts to feel like I'm falling horizontally. I've never experienced anything like this. It's so uncomfortable I want to scream. The strangest thing is that the time machine itself isn't shaking. In fact, it doesn't even seem to be moving at all. There's no noise, no vibration. It's eerie. The pulling sensation grows even stronger. I hear my bones creaking. I imagine my body flattened like a pancake. It's not a pleasant thought. It's getting worse. I look at Suzuha. She has her eyes shut and her jaw clenched tight. I can no longer move. It feels like my back is glued to the wall. My vision begins to warp, and within my warping vision, the powder of light still shifts through the colors of the rainbow. It's strangely beautiful, like something out of a painting. And still, I keep falling. Where is it taking me? Through a tunnel in space-time? All I know is that I'm falling. Suddenly, everything goes dark. I try to scream, but even my voice falls away. It doesn't even reach my own ears. It's gravity. There's an intense gravitational distortion behind me, and I'm still falling towards it. My vision slowly recovers. The smell of ozone fills my nostrils. Suzuha takes a deep breath and unfastens her seatbelt.
着いたよ。
I gulp for air. Did I really just travel through time? If so, then this is July 28th, the day Kurisu and I first met. The day I sent the first D-mail. The day it all began. Suzette takes out a digital watch. It's a fairly old-fashioned design.
1975年で買ってきたんだ。でもまだ3年も使ってないよ。
This is where an uninformed person would say, in Japanese, please. Suzette sets the watch to the correct time, then hands it to me. The display reads 11:51. His presentation starts at 12.
出るよ。オカリンおじさんはマキ
お前は
サポートに回る。それと携帯を取り上げた理由と関係するけど、ここにはいい、自分自身との接触は絶対さ。
タイターが言っていたことと
あれは単なるフェイク情報。
Come to think of it, Alpha Suzuha said the stuff she posted about the many worlds interpretation was fake too.
了解だ。
じゃあ状況開始。
Suzette finishes her rush explanation and motions me towards the hatch. Once I open it and grab the rim, I squeeze my way out. Suzette crawls out after me and closes the hatch.
おじさんは隠れて。私がおとりになる。
Suzette runs to the emergency door, and then, to my astonishment, she draws her gun and fires at the doorknob. The door opens easily. That must have broken the lock. Any minute now, a crowd of people will run up these stairs to see what happens. My past self will be among them. I need to hide before they get here. That was a close one. I nearly bumped into myself on the 8th floor landing. Right after I ran downstairs to the 7th floor, I heard footsteps running the other way behind me. Those footsteps were mine, no doubt. It was a near miss. To be safe, I descend to the 4th floor before stopping to take a breath. I take a look around, but there's nobody paying attention to me. I wonder what Suzuha is doing. I'm worried, but I need to focus on my own mission. I must prevent Kurisu's death. In about 30 minutes just from now, just after Dr. Nakabashi's presentation ends, someone will murder her. I know where it happens. In the 8th floor hallway, towards the back of the building, where people rarely go. What I don't know is who stabbed her. Instead of running around and drawing attention to myself, I should just wait at the scene. Let's cool off here for about 5 minutes, then head over there. If I remember correctly, Kurisu tried to talk to me in the assembly hall, but I blew her off and came down here. After that, I tried calling Mayuri, but her phone was off and I couldn't get through, so I went back to the assembly hall to find her. What time was that? I searched my memories, trying to plot the actions I took on July 28th. It sounded simple when Suzuha said it, but staying away from my past self is going to take more work than I thought. Frustration mounts. I shove Suzu's watch into my pocket to squash it. Just then,
すいません
that voice. I turn around.
クリス。いや、
さっきこのビルの屋上から降りてきましたよね
She looks at me with those beautiful eyes, shining with intelligence and strength of will. I thought I would never see her again, but now before my very eyes is the girl I love. Tears well up in my eyes. I want to embrace her at this instant. It takes everything I have to resist the urge. Don't forget, this is our first meeting. This Kurisu doesn't know me.
屋上で妙な音がしたしビルが揺れたように
Do you
感じた
remember
けど
the start of the game?
そ
Kind
れと
of.
何か関係が
Like, basically, I probably remember just as much as Okabe does right now.
一体何があったんですかドクター中鉢の仕込み
Why did I have to run into
ですよ。
Kurisu of all people? I can't answer. I'm afraid that if I speak, I'll be unable to contain my emotions. The memory of her last smile is burned into my mind, imploring me to act.
聞いてますかすごい汗ですけど
Kurisu looks at me with suspicion. What would happen if I were to grab Kurisu and run? Would divergence change? Would a murder be averted? I recall all the times Mayuri died, and I recall all the times I leaped to save her. Everything I tried ended in vain. I wasn't able to save her even once. No matter what I did, the world itself killed her. Won't it be the same with Kurisu? Should I even try? I reach towards Kurisu, my hand shaking.
何ですか
She steps back in surprise and fear, clutching a manila envelope to her chest. This is our first meeting, I know that. But to me, she's still the girl I love. If I'd been thinking straight a second ago, I would have realized that my plan to grab her and flee wasn't going to work. She would never follow some strange man she only just met. Running isn't an option. All I can do is wait at the scene of the crime. Fighting against the urge to stay, I force myself to turn and leave.
質問に答えてください
But Kurisu pursues me. Why is she so desperate to know who I am? Do I look suspicious? I do, I'll admit that. But if she's thinking I'm dangerous, why would she come alone? I turn around and reluctantly meet her stare.
答えて
俺は
Can I really
Oh my
save
lord.
you? The words catch in my throat. Can I save her? I don't know. All I know is that convergence is merciless and cruel, and that I'm powerless to stop it.
何です
I shake my head, then bolt for the stairs before Kurisu can react.
待ちなさい
When I make it back to the 8th floor, the presentation has already started. I peek in through the door of the assembly hall.
俺が誰なのかはどうでもいいそれより今あなたが語った
Someone in the
タイムマ
audience
シン
is
の理
shouting
論
at
は一
Dr.
体何だ
Nakabachi, and that someone is me. Now I remember. I confronted Dr. Nakabachi in the middle of his presentation. I called him a fraud for ripping off John Titor's posts. From this angle, I do look like a real asshole.
誰かその男をつまみ出せ
Staff members approach. Damn, this is embarrassing. But there's nothing I can do here. I need to leave before Kurisu appears. I turn around and head deeper into the dim passage. An image flashes through my mind. She was lying there, at the end of the passage, in a puddle of her own blood. 20 minutes from now. That's exactly what'll happen. Can I prevent it? I must, whatever it takes. There's a pile of junk, toolboxes, cardboard, and the like. About halfway down the passage, the perfect hiding spot. I crouch behind them. Now all I have to do is wait for Kurisu to show. But what will I do when she does? Only now do I realize that I'm completely unarmed. I really didn't think this through. Kurisu was lying in a pool of blood. That means her killer had a weapon. Since I didn't hear a gunshot, it must have been a knife, or something similar. How am I going to defend her and myself? Is there anything here that might work as a weapon? I still have about 20 minutes. One wrong move and someone might catch me. I shouldn't leave this spot. Maybe I'm being overly cautious, but this is my only chance to prevent Kurisu's death. I don't want to jeopardize that. I don't know what I'm going to do if I run into Kurisu again. It's a miracle that I managed to tear myself away last time. The longer I wait in the darkness, the harder it becomes. The anticipation is killing me. So far, not a single soul has passed down this hallway. I can faintly hear Dr. Nakabachi's voice through the mic from far away, but that's it. The silence does nothing to increase my tension. To make matters worse, it's hot and humid. I guess the air conditioner's not back here? My entire body is drenched in sweat, and I haven't even been hiding for a while, a minute. Sweat drips from my brow to the floor. I rub it out with my shoe. I have to keep waiting. There's no other choice. I stay there, crouched in darkness for what seemed like an eternity. In the distance, I hear the sound of a sparse applause. I glance at our watch. It says 12:26. I guess the presentation is over. I peek out from behind the boxes, and just then, I hear footsteps approaching. I quickly duck back behind cover. My heart is pounding. Someone's coming this way. Who is it? Kurisu's murderer? I clench my teeth and try to drive away the tension. I can only pray that I won't be found. Finally, the footsteps pass right by my hiding spot. Moving only my eyes, I sneak a glance at the person. Kurisu? There's no one with her. I didn't expect her to be the first to appear. What is she doing back here? This area is for employees only. Now that I think about it, her murder makes no sense. Why was she killed in a place that she would never normally come? Careful to keep quiet, I watch Kurisu from the shadows. About 5 meters down the hall, she stops walking and leans against the wall. She's holding that manila envelope I saw her with her earlier. She peeks inside and smiles softly. Why is she smiling? Kurisu rarely smiles like that. I mean, it's more like her to glare at people. That envelope. I reach inside my memories again. When Kurisu approached me during Nakabachi's presentation, I'm pretty sure she was holding it. But did she have it when I discovered her body? I don't remember seeing it. What could be inside to make Kurisu smile like that? I can't begin to imagine. Kurisu hasn't moved a muscle. She's just standing there, head hung, her face hidden behind her long hair. I can't read her expression. Is she waiting for someone? Who? Who would she meet in a place like this? That's when I hear another set of footsteps approaching. I can't see who it is from where I'm hiding. But given the timing, it has to be the person who killed Kurisu. And as proof, Kurisu raises her head, and upon realizing the newcomer, lifts her back off the wall, her expression softens slightly. The footsteps come even closer. Who is it?
話がある。
Kurisu suddenly starts speaking. The footsteps pass right by my hiding spot. I'm so tense I can't move a muscle. The newcomer finally appears in my narrow field of vision. And it's... Wait, that's her dad, isn't it? They have the same eye color.
No.
Dr. Nakabachi. I slap a hand over my mouth to keep from shouting in astonishment. Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi know each other?
それと一つ忠告を。
Something else occurs to
に
me.
は気をつけて。
Why would Kurisu, an accomplished scientist, attend the presentation of a man like Nakabachi? He's just a two-bit investigator. Only 15 people came to hear him speak. And that's including trolls like me. There wasn't even any press coverage. Besides, Kurisu hates time travel science. That much was obvious from our lecture at ATF. In that case, it's obvious why she's here. She didn't come to see his presentation. She came to see him. But why? What could be the connection? Wait, it can't be.
聞いてるの？パパ。
Papa. He's her father. Her estranged father, who she told me she hadn't seen in 7 years. Kurisu did say that her father was a physicist. And Nakabachi certainly is a physicist, though the scientific community at large has rejected his research. But, wait. Does this mean that Nakabachi killed his own daughter? Or was it someone else? Someone who has yet to appear. There's no way to know. If I could be sure that Nakabachi was the killer, then I could intervene right now. But I'm not. I better keep watching and see what happens.
それはなんだ。
パパがタイムマシーンの発表会をすると聞いて、私も考えてみたの。タイムマシーンは作れるのかどうか。
Kurisu wrote a paper on time travel? but when she spoke at ATF, she rejected the very idea of it. Although, come to think of it, she was awfully interested in the phone wave. Damn. I forgot how much of a tsundere she was.
読んでパパの意見を聞かせてほしい。それを踏まえて手直しして相手にしてもらえないかも
Kursu
しれな
probably
いけ
got all
ど
her genes from her mom apart
一
from
応
the eyes.
私
Yeah.
サイエンス誌とは面識あるし。
Nakabachi takes out the document and starts reading it with a disgusted frown. So that's what it was. She didn't have anything dangerous in the envelope, like drugs or a gun. It was just some document. But that raises a new question. Could that be the Nakabachi paper? According to Suzuha, that document sparked a time travel arms race that ultimately led to the World War III and the death of 5.7 billion. No way he killed his daughter just to steal her research.
EU とロシアによる開発競争が火種になって、それ
Is
に
that
ア
why
メ
her
リカま
safety
で
is
が横や
important?
りを入れたから
I get it now.
収拾がつかなくなった。
Nothing is coincidence and everything is inevitable. Nakabachi flips relentlessly through the document. He's not even trying to hide his irritation.
誰がこんなものを書いてこいと言った？
言われてはいないけどパパが7年ぶりに連絡をくれて、それで論文にまとめてみたら、もしその論文が認められたら学会を追放されたパパの
私は追放されたのではない。
Nakabachi suddenly shrieks at Kurisu, causing her to shrink back in fear.
あの連中は私のレベルの高さに嫉妬するしか能がなかった。
怒鳴らないでよ。
Nakabachi gives his daughter a disdainful snort, then goes back to flipping through the paper.
パパって読むの早いね。昔とちっとも変わってない。
Nakabachi even ignores Kurisu's words of endearment.
悪くない内容だ。
本当？この論文はパパと共同署名でもいいと私は思って。
学会には出すな。これは私が預かっておく。どういうことだと？わからんのか？たかがサイエンス誌に。なんだ？親に。
ごめん。
An awkward silence follows. I feel no warmth between these two. The only thing I feel is distance. Kurisu, in particular, seems desperate to avoid upsetting her father.
ねえ、久しぶりに会ったことだし、いろいろと話したいんだけど。
Kurisu is trying to maintain a cheerful tone,
青森に住んでるんだっ
but I
け？
can see that her expression is stiff. I remember that she said she had trouble dealing with her father.
私って父親に嫌われてるのよ。
She looked so lonely when she spoke those words.
帰れ。さっさとアメリカに帰れ。二度と顔を見せるな。
でも
何が意見が聞きたいだ。何が共同署名だ。本心ではそんなこと
He
これっ
sounds like
ぽ
a
っちも
child
思っ
with
て
an
いないだろうな。
inferiority complex.
私を憐れんどるのか、それとも蔑んどるのか。
何言ってるのよ。
私は十分落ち着いておる。指図
This
す
is
るな。
bad. It's almost time for Kurisu's murder. Was it really Nakabachi, her own father, who killed her?
私が今日この場にお前を呼んだ理由を教えてやる。勝ち誇りたかったのだよ。お前が絶望するほどの差を知らしめてや。なのにあの妙な若造のせいで全て台無しだ。そしてお前がそんな私を見て鼻で笑っていたのも知っているぞ。どこまで親をバカにすればきる。
笑ってなんて。
この論文に意見が欲しいのか。意見ならここで言ってやる。
Nakabachi rolls right over her objections, like he doesn't even hear her voice.
この論文は私の名前で発表する。
まさかパパ、
なんだと？
私の論文盗むの？そんなことだけはしない。
Nakabachi suddenly whirls and strikes Kurisu across. What the heck is this piece of crap dad, bro? What do I do? I know I should do something, but what, bro, literally tackle him to the ground, punch him, bro. I don't care, kill this guy.
誰に対して口を聞いておるのだ。
Nakabachi throws the paper aside and seizes his daughter's throat. Kurisu gasps for air. Her face twists in pain as his grip tightens. Bro, you go choke this man to death right now.
お前に私の気持ちがわかるか。なぜ私より優秀な人間などこの世にいて、だから遠ざけた。お前がいたせいで、お前のせい
This is
で。
absurd. He's blaming her for his own failures. I've seen enough. He's the killer for sure. I burst from my hiding spot.
よせ
I ram him with my shoulder as hard as I can, knocking him away from Kurisu. Kurisu gasps for breath.
なん
クリスは
I'm
殺
gonna
させな
save
い
Kurisu. I'm gonna save her and change the future. Even a weakling like me can pin down an old man like Nakabachi. Then I can get Suzuha to call the police and... The memory of Kurisu's body flashes through my mind. No, it won't turn out like that. Steadying himself with one hand against the wall, Nakabachi gets to his feet and looks straight at me. The instant our eyes meet, his face twists in rage.
お前のせいで お前のせいで
presentation?
私の発表会は
Right.
台無し
Of
だ
course, I called him out on his own lies in the middle of the presentation. Nakabachi is mistaking me for my past self. Understandable, since we look exactly the same.
よくも抜け抜けと私の前さてはお前クリスと示し
He's
合わせ
delusional.
許さん許さんぞ
Nakabachi
ガ
glares
キ
at
ど
me
も
with his bloodshot eyes, then takes something out of his pocket. At first, I can't tell what it is, but then I see a glint in the dim light. A knife. The blade is about 20 centimeters long. I can't help but shiver at its cold shine. Why is he even carrying something like that? Is he completely insane? Wait. Is that the weapon that killed Kurisu? I won't let that happen. Damn. Why is my brain so fixated on that scene?
私をバカにするな
Nakabachi charges like an enraged bull with no sign of hesitation whatsoever. He raises his knife high. I instinctively dodge back. The knife misses me by a hair. He gathers himself for another strike. The sight of his face twisted in madness and rage fills me with terror. I want to scream. He's going to kill me. No, don't be afraid. I can't die here. The past is already decided. But wait. If the past is decided, then doesn't that mean I can't save Kurisu? I shake off the thought. Just think about saving her.
謝れ
Swallowing my fear, I force myself to stop running away. Instead, I lunge forward. I knock Nakabachi's hand aside. The knife falls from his grip and clatters to the floor. I leap on it and pick it up. That was easier than I expected.
指図をするな
I look up in surprise. Nakabachi has taken a screwdriver from a toolbox left in the passage. Kurisu is walking towards him, pleading with him to stop. She's completely defenseless. No, Kurisu, stay away from him. You're the one in danger, not me. Just when I thought I had disarmed him, he finds something else. Even a screwdriver can kill with enough force behind it.
クリス逃げろ
Kurisu glances at me, but she doesn't move. Why won't she run away?
何がわかる何がわかる
Nakabachi has completely
何が
lost his mind. Nothing she can say will reach him.
お前さえ
Nakabachi
いなけ
turns
れ
to
ば
Kurisu, brandishing his screwdriver. But Kurisu still doesn't run away. Blood spurts from the arm Kurisu uses to guard her face. She's gonna die, I have to do something. I grip the knife firmly in my hands. Kurisu won't die if I kill Nakabachi first. That image again. Stop getting in my way. I won't be tied to that past. I need to do this to change the future, to save Kurisu.
仲間ち
As Nakabachi raises his arm for another blow, I thrust my knife at his unprotected back. Oh my god. Through the knife, my hand feels resistance. The sensation of tearing through flesh, scraping bone. It's surprisingly tough, but at the same time I feel the flesh pulsating. It shifts in time with my victim's breath. I stabbed. I stopped.
なん
I can't believe my eyes. What happened? I tried to stop Nakabachi. The blade should have pierced his back, and yet... At the last minute, Kurisu forced herself between us, as if to protect Nakabachi.
なんで
Strength drains from Kurisu's body. She slumps against me, her head on my shoulder.
バカどもにはふさわしい末路だ
Oh, that's what we get for having hopes and dreams, bro. What the hell? Laughing maniacally, Nakabachi picks up the dropped thesis and runs to the elevator at the far end of the hall. I can't chase him. I know what's gonna happen if I don't stop him, but I can't take a single step. Is this a joke? Is this the punchline? I wanted to know who killed Kurisu, and now...
ごめんね。
Kurisu speaks, her voice is barely a whisper. I feel something wet on my hands. Wet and warm. Blood. Kurisu's blood. Gushing from her wound. It's warm, but not hot. And yet, it feels like it's burning my hands. I try to pull the knife out. If I can stop the bleeding, then maybe she'll be okay. But my hands won't move. It's like they've turned to stone. My arms, my fingers. No matter how hard I try, they won't move an inch. Kurisu's breathing quickly grows labored. She's suffering. I didn't mean for this to happen. This isn't what I wanted. Why won't my hands move? I want to pull out the knife. I want to ease her pain, but why won't my body obey me? It's as if someone else is in control. Kurisu's body convulses against mine. The pain must be unbearable. Is there nothing I can do to help her? I want to cry.
どうして
The only thing I can do is ask.
私ずっとパパに認めてもパパは私バカみたいなごめん死にたくこんな
Her voice is fading fast. Don't die, please don't die on me. But my prayers are in vain. Her body suddenly grows heavy. I can no longer hear the sound of her breathing. And yet, the blood from her wound is still warm. I killed her. I killed her. The one who killed Kurisu was me. As I scream, another me looks down from above. As he hears the sound of my despair, the last piece of the puzzle clicks in place. The scream I heard that day was my own.
オカリンおじさん
Someone pulls at my arm.
立っておじさん
I feel hands slip under my shoulder and drag me away. The knife in my hands pulls free of Kurisu's chest. A fresh torrent of blood flows it. Still warm.
クリス
しっかりして今すぐここを離れない
ごめんなんで
Someone puts my arm over their shoulder and hauls me to my feet and drags me away step by step. I don't have the strength to resist. Guilt and regret are the only things inside of me. I killed Kurisu twice.
おじさん大丈夫だからしっかり捕まってて
I feel someone push me hard from behind. Next, they take the knife away. My fingers are like solid rock. They have to be pried open one by one. I failed to save Kurisu. Worse, convergence made me kill her. The past has already been decided. It was impossible to change it from the start. Someone drags me out of the time machine. I crumple on the spot, powerless to even stand.
うおもう帰ってきた
オカリン
Mayuri rushes over to me. She looks at my face in concern. But even her concern is too much for me to bear. Please don't talk to me. Just leave me alone.
オカリン血まみれじゃんどう
父さんタオルと水い
え
いから早く
わかったお
Daru runs back inside the building.
オカリン大丈夫大丈夫怪我してるわけじゃないよ
Leave me alone. I don't deserve your concern. Save Kurisu? What a joke. Not only did I fail to save her, I took her life with my own 2 hands. 3 weeks ago in this very spot, I killed her. I murdered her.
無駄だったんだ同じだどれだけもがいたって
We have a time machine. Shouldn't we give it another
結
try?
果は同じになる
No, it's not that simple. No matter how many times I try, the results will converge on Kurisu's death. Even if I throw the knife away, fate will find some other way to kill Kurisu. Maybe Nakabachi will kill her. Maybe I'll trip and push her down the stairs. Maybe she'll just drop dead for no reason. The cause doesn't matter. The effect will always be the same. It doesn't matter if I time leap or if I time travel. Going to the past can't change the result. Maybe a D-mail could shift divergence enough to take us to another attractor field, but there's no way to control what might happen. D-mail is a shot in the dark. It's useless. Useless. Everything is useless.
無駄だよ。俺はやっぱり分かってた。もう疲れた。
A burning numbness spreads through my cheek. My Yuri hit me.
何？
She's never done anything like this before. The shock is enough to bring me to my senses. Mayuri looks at me with tears streaming down her cheeks. Her small body gently embraces mine, though I'm still covered in Kurisu's blood.
オカリンはマユシーは知ってるもん。いつもね、覚えてる？オカリンも雨の日も雪の日もマユシーはね、オカリンが最後までそばね。元気。
Mayuri's gentle warmth envelops me. I cling to that warmth, but it's not enough to heal my heart.
でも
The person who
俺
is
が
precious to
殺し
me,
てしまったんだ。
who I wanted to so desperately save.
俺が殺した。
オカリン。
I can still feel the knife in my hand. I can still feel her fading heartbeat. I look at my hands over Mayuri's shoulder. They're red with blood, Kurisu's blood. They won't stop shaking. Tears fall, washing away the blood. Guilt and despair are tearing my soul. If Suza had taken the knife, I might have slit my own throat in that very spot. This reality is too much to bear, but I realize that this is my retribution. My just punishment for taking the godlike power of time travel and using it to distort the past. Kurisu can't be saved. That has been proven, beyond a doubt. At the very least, I can't save her. Not even with Mayuri's encouragement.
無駄なんだ。
無駄じゃ。
Susan speaks, her voice full of conviction, and immediately afterward, I hear a familiar melody, my male tone. Mayuri takes my phone out of her pocket. She's been looking after it.
オカリン。
Mayuri gently puts my phone into my hand. I don't have the energy to check my mail, but for some reason, Suza gestures for me to look at it. Turn on the TV. What? Turn on the TV? That's all it says. The sender is unfamiliar. Is this a prank? Spam? I'm bewildered. I don't know who sent this. But then, if I happen to glance at the send time, the shock is like a lightning bolt to the brain. The date it was sent. August 21st.
2025
No, is this... It doesn't even occur to me to wonder if my phone has malfunctioned. After all, I know this phenomenon.
D メール。
I look up at Suzuha. She sees my confusion and looks at my phone.
聞いた通りだ。
Judging by her surprise, I guess she doesn't know
届い
much.
た。
Suzuha left from 2036. That's 11 years after this D-mail was sent. Does that mean it's not related to her?
テレビって見ろって書いてあるじゃん。
おーい、買ってきたおー。
Do you recognize the sender? No. I don't know who that is. Huh. Fortunately, my phone has TV reception. As soon as I switch it on, I see a news reporter standing in some foreign airport. There's a jumbo jet in the background. Looking closer, I see burns near the plane's tail. The caption says, Fire on Russian Airlines.
成田発モスクワ行きのロシアン航空801便がロシアン航空801便はドモジェドボ国際空港に緊急着陸し事故を起こしたロシアン航空801便にはロシアへの亡命を表明していた
The screen cuts, and the camera cuts to what appears to be the airport lobby. A man is standing there surrounded by reporters. When I see his face, my breath catches in my throat.
ドクター。
ドクター中鉢氏こと牧瀬正一さんが乗っており先ほど現地にて報道陣に向けてコメントしました
I still haven't recovered from the shock of murdering Kurisu. The images on TV seem like something from a dream. Did they say Nakabachi sought asylum in Russia? I didn't think people still did that in this day. I mean, all you need is a passport to travel to Russia.
無事にこの素晴らしきロシアに亡命することができて実に喜ばしい限りだ。
What happened to the plane? Read the subtitles at the bottom of the screen.
機内が焦げ臭かったが、私は全く冷静だったよ。一部の乗客が騒いでい
He
たが、
responds confidently.
私が一括してやると。
Sure doesn't look like a man who would strangle his own daughter.
無事着陸させた機長には賛辞を送りたいね。彼はこの私と私が書いた人類史に
The
残る論文を
subtitles
救
changed
ったと
too.
いう意味
Is
で
that thesis
まさに
really
英雄だよ
related to your request for asylum? He nods
い
theatrically.
かにも。もしこの論文が失われ、未来の人類のあり方を決定づけるほど
What is your
重
thesis
大
about?
人類史上初のタイムトラベル実現に関する論文だ。わかるかね？
His tone
タ
quickly
イム
grows
トラベルだよ。
feverish. Now he's talking directly to the
こ
camera.
の私ドクター中鉢
Moreover, he's
その
not
発
talking
明
about the
に
accident
世
at
界で
all. He's
初
just
めて
promoting
成
his
功した
research.
のだ。
He presents something to the camera. It's the envelope, the one Kurisu gave him.
この中だ。この中に私がまとめた人類の夢が詰まっておる。
I have no right to condemn Nakabachi for his actions, not when it was my hand that took Kurisu's life. But at the same time, I can't stop myself from recalling the words Kurisu spoke.
私の論文盗むの？
That hurt. Betrayed tone that triggered Nakabachi's violence.
そんなことだけはしない人だって思っていたのに。
Do those words not echo in his ears too? How can he stand there and present his murdered daughter's work as if it were his own and look so proud of himself while doing it? I hear my teeth grinding in my hand.
もともとこの封筒はスーツケースに入れて貨物室に預ける予定だった。しかし、まるで神が私に世界にドクター中橋の偉大さを知らしめようと言わんばかりに。
Nakabachi thrusts open his hands at the camera.
その神による技がこれだ。私は封筒だけをスーツケース。先ほど機長は英雄だと言ったが、人類の夢を守った真の英雄は
Sitting in the palm of his hand is a lump of silvery metal, barely 5 centimeters tall. Mayuri points at the screen. I look closer. That lump of metal in his hand. It's the metal upa.
あの時なくしたメタルウーパだ。
Upa is a mascot character from the popular card game Rhine at Access Battlers. You can see Upa merchandise everywhere in Akiba, from capsule toys to phone straps and other accessories. But of all Upa merchandise, the most rare is the metal Upa. The very same one that Nakabachi is presenting to the camera. Near the bottom of it, written in red, it says Mayuri, Mayushi.
マジだ。
あの発表会の会場でね、ロシアじゃ。
I stare at the screen in disbelief. My body is shaking. Goosebumps break out over every inch of flesh. I know what this is.
バタフライエフェクト。
3 weeks ago, Mayuri dropped her metal upa in the assembly hall of Radikant. That tiny figure, a mere child's toy, went on to decide the fate of mankind. It rescued the Nakabachi paper from the fire. And in doing so, it laid the foundation for World War III.
スザ、
Suza answers with a look of apology.
さっきの2025年からの D メールは 誰
Whoever
が
it
送ってきたんだ？
was clearly meant for us to see the news about Dr. Nakabachi.
ごめん。
Sorry. About what? What is she apologizing for?
ちゃんと説明しなくて。でもさ、どうしてもオカリンおじさんには一度マキセ・クリス
俺を
騙したわけじゃない。段取りとして
Told by
必
who?
要なこと。オカリンおじさんに
どういうことか説明しろ。
その必要はないよ。
Susa points to the phone in my hand.
聞けばわかる。
聞くって。
その携帯に2025年の
え？
ムービーメール。その携帯に
はっ！
She's right. When was that again? July 28th, right after I met Kurisu for the first time. Just as I was about to contact Mayuri, I received a mysterious video mail from an address I'd never seen before. Is that what she's talking about?
だが何も。
今なら
Susa grins.
マキセ・クリスの命を救う見ることができるはずだよ。
Are you kidding me? Is that even possible? Oh, it's a static. It's for memories. It's the what'd you call it? It's a time leap, right? I'm not sure, but I checked my phone anyway just to be sure. And there I find a saved video mail. When I check the sender address, I realize it's the same one as the D-mail just now. So they're from the same person, and this person is me in 15 years. 15 years, 2025, the year I die, according to Suzuha. I sent this message on the eve of my death, a message to myself in 2010. Suzuha said that there was a plan to reach Steins Gate. Could that plan be in this video? My Yuri and Daru peek over my shoulder. I take a deep breath and press play with a trembling finger. Nothing appears on the screen but noise. Nothing has changed after all. There's no hidden message or anything. The noise suddenly dissolves, revealing the silhouette of a man. It looks like this video was shot somewhere dark. I can't see the man's face. Unkempt hair, a lab coat. That's all I can make out.
この人が
きっとそうだよ。
Really?
ね、
Is this
な
guy
んと
really
なく
me?
オカリンに似てる気がするもん。
My phone's tiny screen has become a window into the future. I can't believe I'm about to hear a message from myself.
メールは受け取ったか？テレビニュースを見るんだ。
So that last mail was from him,
す
from
でに
me.
見たならば、
It doesn't even feel real.
はじめましてだな。俺は2025年からお前はこのベータ世界線到達とともに電話レンジカッコ仮を破棄した。向き合ってもう14年、その過程で36バイト以上のこのムービーメールを聞いているということはさぞ辛かっただろう。そうだ、失敗したままなぜお前に必要なことだった。お前はクリスを助けようとして、その悔しさ、その罪悪感が、その執念があったからこそ、知っての通り世界は普通にタイムトラベルするだけで、だからあえて一度失敗することで、お前が失敗してくれたおかげでドクター中鉢が世界にタイムトラベルの論争をも鈴葉が使っているタイムマシンは俺とダルの研究の賜物だが、お前がなかったことにしてきた世界線において型式は C204 型。 C とはとにかく因果は成立したダイバージェンスを変え未知の世界。ちなみにシュタインズゲートと命名したの特に意味はない。そのシュタインズゲートへ到達する一つマキセ一つだが、その過去を変えようとしてもだが、お前はいいか、あの日7月28日、その最初のお前、それは確定した過去で、だが騙すことはできる。どういうことだと言いたいのだろう。騙す相手は最初のお前はそれを見ていなければ、これまでのお前、さらにクリスの死を目撃したお前がアルファ世界線で経験し、そこで起きたのは、お前は生きているクリスと再会したわずか3週間だったが、今そこにいるお前は、今ここ、お前の記憶にはアルファ世界線へ行き、クリスと共に生き、マユリを救うためにそれでももがき続けた3週間、血まみれでお前はダルにその後クリスに再会した時、クリスがお前に興味を抱く。そして今そこに立つ2025年の俺がダルと共に鈴葉がタイムマシン、お前が経験したわずか3週間のなかったことにしてはいくつもの世界線を旅してきたからこそ、クリスを助けたいと強く願うお前がクリスを助けたいと願い、その後の人生全てをお前が立っているその場所は 世界線をどれか一つでも移動しなかった俺では、その全て俺の計画の下準備は最終ミッションオペレーションスクルダの概要、確定した過去を変えずに血まみれで倒れているマキセクリだが、逆に言えば最初のお前を世界を騙せ、それがシュタインズゲート。健闘を祈るぞエル、プサイ、コングル。
And with that, the video ends. Mayuri and Daru look dumbfounded. They obviously didn't understand a single word. I, however, laughter bubbles up from the depths of my soul. Not minutes ago I was lost in despair. I was ready to kill myself for what I had done, but now I'm laughing. Do you understand the initials of the sender's address now? SGEPK? Wait. SG, Steinsgate, EPK, Elpsi Congru. Damn. JTK, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the JTK is either. Operation Scold. Elpsi Congru?
33歳にもなってな、最初の俺を騙せ。中二病もいいところじゃないか。
It's pathetic, laughable, a juvenile fantasy, but at the same time, feels right.
いいだ
I
ろ
think JT is Tongue-Tighter in case
う。やってや
Bruce.
る。
Yeah, that makes sense.
それがシュタインズゲートの選択だというのならばな。俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。やはりこの俺が
うわ、ここ何日かやけに。
でもね
ま、そうだけどさ、おかり。
ほーい、今日はね、だから今度もね、きっとマキセクリ。
でもさ、今の
それはね、
確定した過去は血まみれで倒れ、クリスが血まみれで俺は観測していない。
Isn't that right, future me? Mayuri tilts her head, she still doesn't get
つ
it.
まりあの時の場面についてクリスはぶちまけられた赤い。
そうだったんだ。
Mayuri's eyes open wide in wonder. I give up. She's not gonna understand.
ちょい待ち。でもさ、
今は関係ないよ。あの日、
そうなん？
Really? And that's because I'm not the Okabe Rintoro who lived on the Beta World Line after Kurisu died. I traveled to the Alpha World Line and back. Think about it, we haven't seen Ho and Kyoma since Mayuri died, yeah. I traveled to the Alpha World Line and back. I'm not bound by whatever effect Kurisu's death may have had during that time.
だから俺がやれることはあの日俺が見た光景だ。
それと中鉢論文をこの世から。
誰にものを言っているのだ。
バイト戦士。
あえてもう一度言おう。
I
この俺
disregard the
は
blank stares of my
狂
comrade
気のマ
and
ッド
brush
サ
back
イ
my
エンテ
hair
ィス
with a
ト。
flourish.
すでに。だが準備が必要だ。
Suza
30分
tightens
くら
her
い。
expression and nods firmly. I squat against the roof's chain fence with my eyes closed. To refresh my memory, I pull out the drawers of my mental archive and sort through each file one by one. My actions that day, Mayuri's actions, my conversation with Kurisu, Nakabachi's presentation. With those memories to guide me, I began to draw up a plan of how to complete my mission.
おかりー、取ってきたよ
I open my eyes once I hear Mayuri's
よ
voice.
し。
I take a deep breath and stand up. Mayuri's faster on her feet than Dara and I are, so I had her pick up some things for me. She went all the way to the lab and back in the sweltering heat, but she's not even breathing hard. She runs up to me with a triumphant smile, almost like a playful puppy shaking her tail.
これでよかったかな。
In her hand is a plastic stick, about 30 centimeters long. I take it and nod in satisfaction.
いい働きだぞ。
おかり、それとね、つ
She
いで
hands me a
にこれ
banana.
も。
I guess she's telling me not to time travel on an empty stomach.
それは何？バナナだよ。じゃなくて、
これは棒ではなく剣だ。我がラボの発明品
未来ガジェット。
サイリウムセーバー？
赤色のサイリウムだお。アイドルや。
だがただのサイリウムではない。セーバーというネーミングの通り。
Star Wars.
すご
Crazy.
い。
しかも同時に血のりを生成することができるぞ。
一体何を狙って
よりリアルなチャンバラご。
全ては必然だった。
やろうとしてることは分かった。
いかにも。
I stuffed my cheeks with banana, enraptured by my own genius. I truly am a mad scientist. I put the Sialoom saber into my pocket. It's about 30 centimeters long, so it sticks out a little, but I don't mind. I had Daru buy me a stun gun earlier. I pocket that too. With this, my preparations are complete. I give Suzuha a glance.
オカリンおじさん、7月28日タイムマシンの燃料残るチャンスはいける？
任せろ。俺が世界を変えてや
I
る。
follow Suzuha into the time machine. While waiting for Mayuri to return, I asked Suzuha if there was a chance that I might run into myself from last time. In other words, the me who killed Kurisu. She replied that was impossible. The world line where I killed Kurisu was minutely different from the one to which the time machine will take us. Time travel has a very small effect on diversions. Much too small to cause any real noticeable changes, but enough to ensure that there can never be two versions of the same time traveler. However, it is important to remember the world lines are not parallel worlds. Ultimately, attractor field convergence merges them into a single world line. My actions are not meaningless. If I succeed in deceiving both myself and the world, the entire universe will converge upon a different future.
オカリン、
Mayuri leans through the hatch and gently strokes my cheek.
きっと帰ってきて。
当たり前だ。
I return the smile and give her a thumbs up. I close the hatch as Daru and Mayuri see me off with words of encouragement. Suzuha is already operating the machine.
このミッションには未来の運命もかかってる。
Suzuha speaks as she presses some buttons.
頼むよ。
There you go again, there is only one world line. Yeah. They make it clear here that there is only one. Instead of answering, I close my eyes. I find myself strangely calm. No impatience, no tension, none of the anxiety I felt the first time. How many times have I tasted failure? My hubris hurt those closest to me. My foolishness cost them their dreams. And even though those mistakes have been undone, the memories still remain as brand on my heart.
お前が経験したわずか3週間の世界なかったことにしてはいけない。
It all meant something. Every mistake, every sacrifice. Isn't that basically what Kurisu told us? I don't want to send a D-mail because every mistake I've ever made is part of who I am. Without them, I would not be standing here now. From that knowledge, I draw strength, confidence, and pride. The memories I shoulder deserve nothing less. And so, I'm no longer afraid. I will reach the unknown world line, Steins Gate. Yeah, she did. It all comes circling back. Its future is uncertain, but that is how it should be. For once, I need not worry what fate has in store. Only one thing matters now, saving Kurisu. Gravity pulls on my back. Rainbow lights start drifting through the compartment. It's time. This is my Ragnarok. I exit the time machine onto the familiar rooftop. As before, it's empty. I can see the top of the train station a short distance away. This is the third time I've been here now. I run the plan through my head one last time. Time is short, but I have no choice, I have to do it. No, I will do it. Failure isn't an option. I wait for Suzuha to break the lock. Then I run inside just like last time. Narrowly avoiding the first me again, I descend to the 7th floor. Last time I went all the way down to the 4th floor, but not this time. I direct my attention to the capsule toy machines near the landing. This time, it's time for step 1. Rainet Kakeru Character Doll Series. This is it. On July 28th, the first me won a super rare metal Upa from this very machine. No time to waste, I insert the 100 yen coin I prepared beforehand and turn the lever. The capsule falls into the slot just as I grab it. My heartbeat leaps into my throat. That was Mayuri's voice. She's already here? I quickly turn and leave the area before Mayuri can see my face. Luckily, she is so entranced by the capsule toy machine that she doesn't realize who I am. Once I get down to the 4th floor, I check the contents of the capsule. The metal Upa is inside. This is the prize that was meant for me, which means the first me will get. The answer is obvious. Phase 1 is complete. Time for Phase 2. I turn around abruptly. Kurisu is standing behind me, her mouth open in surprise. My timing was perfect.
俺はお前を助ける。
Leave everything to me.
どういうこと？
I say no more. If I tell her everything, she'll have no reason to talk to the first me. On July 28th, she came to me during Nakabachi's presentation. She claimed that I had tried to tell her something, then proceeded to drag me out onto the hallway for further questioning. That is part of my experience. This should be enough to ensure that it happens exactly as I remember. I pat Kurisu on the shoulder, then race back up the stairs.
ちょっと！
I run to the 6th floor, then creep up towards the 7th floor landing until I can just make out the capsule toy machines. As expected, there's the first me about to turn the lever in Mayuri's stead.
それはレアなのか？
レアじゃないけどね、すごく可愛いでしょ。
I grinned to myself. It worked. The order changed. Mayuri now has a regular Upa, not the metal one I gave her the first time. And that means...
本日はドクター中鉢による
The
タイム
presentation
マ
is
シン
about to
発明
begin.
成功記念会見にお
The
集まりい
first
た
me
だき
heads up to the 8th floor,
誠
but
にあ
Mayuri
りが
doesn't
とうご
move.
ざいま
She
す。
takes out a pen and starts signing the Upa, just as planned. When Dr. Nakabachi defected to Russia on August 21st, he had Mayuri's metal Upa with him. If he has a plastic one instead, it should change the fate of the Nakabachi paper. But one question remains. How exactly did her Upa fall into Dr. Nakabachi's hands? I watch as Mayuri finishes signing her name. She nods in satisfaction, then runs after the first me. Just before she gets to the stairs, she puts the Upa into her coat pocket, but it doesn't go in all the way, and as she runs up the stairs, I see it fall out and roll away. She's completely oblivious. A moment later, she disappears from sight. I look at the Upa lying on the floor. Does Nakabachi pick it up? How? He's in the middle of his presentation upstairs. He doesn't have any opportunity. That's when Kurisu comes up from downstairs. Quickly, I hide in the stairwell across the landing. Kurisu reaches the 7th floor. Without noticing me, she finds the fallen Upa and picks it up. So it was Kurisu who found the Upa. The butterfly effect. In 3 weeks, this completely innocuous event changes the outcome of an accident fire on one of what must be thousands of planes flying that day. By extension, it changes the fate of the entire human race. Kurisu looks curiously at the Upa, then looks around as if searching for the owner. Of course, Kurisu doesn't know who Mayuri is. At this point in time, those two aren't even acquainted. After realizing there's no one around, she puts the Upa into her envelope and goes up to the 8th floor. Now that I've seen what I had to see, I go upstairs too and head to the employee hallway. Here's where it gets serious. I grip the Sialume saber and shake it silently, thus activating the red fluorescent reaction inside. It'll last about 10 minutes. It should get dim before Kurisu makes her appearance. I know what I need to do. The problem is that my window of opportunity is so slim. Will I be able to handle the enraged Dr. Nakabachi? One mistake, and Kurisu will die.
何を恐れる法音教魔すべては俺の思惑通りに行くに決まっているさ
Yup.
オペレーションするのに不備はない。何せこの俺が15年の時をかけて練り上げた計画なのだから、俺を信じる。この法王院京馬を信じる。
Yup. Hoenn Kyoma will save Kurisu. I close my eyes and wait for the time to come. Hidden behind the same pile of cardboard boxes as last time, I hear the sound of sparse applauses from the event hall, which means I should be hearing footsteps soon. There they are. Kurisu has come, right on time. She leans against the wall and looks inside her envelope, smiling softly as she does. And now I know the reason behind that smile. It's the Upa inside. She's probably smiling at how adorable it is. That smile really doesn't suit you, Kurisu. I stifle a chuckle. I'm surprised I'm calm enough to feel that way, despite the current situation. Once Nakabachi appears, that's my signal to spring into action. I'll bring out the Sialoom saber as soon as that bastard tries to take out his knife. Then I'll scare him away and stun Kurisu. The stun gun I brought should handle both tasks flawlessly. That's the plan, at least. The next set of footsteps echoes down the hallway. Kurisu looks up. I can't see Nakabashi, but I know it's him.
聞いてるの？
Even the words she speaks are the same.
それはなんだ？
パパがタイムマシン、私も考えてみたの。タイムマシンは作れるのかどうか。
The atmosphere is far from pleasant. Nakabachi doesn't even try to hide his displeasure. And the first me is probably at fault for that. At least partially. Looks like it's about time for Nakabachi to go ballistic. I grip the Sialoom saber and make one final check. It's already dimmed out. All I have to do is remove the cap at the tip and the fake blood will... Oh no. My breath catches in my throat. The darkness of my hiding spot. I bring the Sialoom saber close to my eyes and peer inside. The fake blood has begun to coagulate. No, this shouldn't happen. I was certain the liquid would remain fluid for around 30 minutes after losing luminance. Was it defective? Come to think of it, we've never tested it. It can only be used once before the tube needs to be replaced. Given the lab's financial situation, we thought it would be a waste to use it, so we never did. How could I have failed to consider this possibility? If I had half a brain, I would have brought a spare. This is bad. The plan is falling apart.
私は追放されたのではない。
Nakabachi's shrill shriek startles me.
あの連中は私のレベルの高さに。
怒鳴らないでよ。
Time won't stop for me. How do I recover from the setback? I can't leave. Nakabachi is about to attack his daughter. If I make my appearance after that, it'll be the same as last time. I'll end up killing Kurisu again. No matter what, I can't let that happen. So what do? Do I go back to the time machine and try again? No, remember what Suzuha said? There's not enough fuel for another trip. This is my last chance.
ねえ、久しぶりに。
帰れ。さっさとアメリカに帰れ。
でも。
何が意見が聞きたいだ。何が共同証明だ。本心ではそんなことこれっぽっちも思っていないだろうが。
It feels like I've just ran a marathon. I cover my mouth to suppress the sound of my breathing.
私は哀れんどるのか。私は十分落ち着いておる。指図するな。
Nakabachi is about to snap. Events are proceeding just like last time, barreling inexorably towards disaster. Please, I find myself begging, make time stop. But another voice from within answers. Are you praying, Hoenn Kyoma? Have you forgotten?
私が今日、お前が絶望するほどの差を知らしめてやろうとしたのだ。
Change the future, deceive the world.
なのにあの妙な若造のせい。
払ってなんて。
この論文に意見が。この論文は私の名前で発表する。
I won't court the mercy of a heartless god. I will save Kurisu myself. She won't die again. Not at my hands. Not at anyone's.
なんだと？
私の論文盗むの？そんな。
Nakabachi strikes Kurisu on the cheek.
誰に対して口を聞いておるの
It's
だ
starting. Nakabachi puts his hand around Kurisu's neck. Her cries of agony fills my ears. There's still a way to prevent her death. The puddle of blood I saw beneath Kurisu's body. There's one more way to reproduce it. One more way. One last chance. It's a gamble. To be sure, even if it succeeds, I don't know what effect it might have on the Steins Gate world line.
お前に私の気持ちがわかるかなぜよ私より優秀な人間だから遠ざけたお前がいたせい
It
お
matters
前の
not.
せいで
I am Hoen Kyoma, the mad scientist that defies God. My true desire is chaos. I have no need for a predetermined future.
よせ
Calmly, I step out from my hiding spot. Nakabachi looks at me in disbelief. His eyes are wide and bloodshot.
お前さっきのお前のせいで
Nakabachi lets go of Kurisu.
よくも抜けとはさてはお前クリス許さん許さん
Nakabachi
ぞ
pulls the
ガ
knife
キ
out
ど
of his
も
pocket. Its blade reflects cold light. Once I see that glint, I laugh disdainfully.
やってみるがいい
こそ
我が名は法院京馬
何
知らないなら覚えておけフェニ俺は混沌を望む者そしてお前の野望を打ち砕く者
Kurisu staggers to her feet with her hand to her neck.
断る
I dismiss Kurisu's plea and instead turn to Nakabachi with my arms spread wide.
どうしたドクター中松もっとも神に等しい
ふざけるな
Nakabachi goes into a frenzy. He charges me with his knife point first. Nakabachi has completely lost his mind. I can see it in his eyes. He won't stop. And if he won't stop, then I'll stop him with my own
貴
body.
様には俺を殺すことはできない
死ね
The knife approaches. Its point glitters menacingly in the dim light. Inches away, I don't move a muscle. This is my last chance. I'll do whatever it takes. Okay. Intense pain rips through my abdomen. I feel the cold steel sink into my body. He did it. He stabbed me with the knife that killed Kurisu. The pain flares and it feels like my insides are being torn out. Nakabachi yanks out the knife. Blood gushes from the open wound. The iron taste of blood spreads through my mouth. Pain threatens to seal away my consciousness. My body is on fire. My vision blurs. I struggle desperately to stay on my feet.
ざまみろ私をバカにするからだ
I whip out the stun gun and switch it on. The electric arc cackles to life, inches away from Nakabachi's face. He instantly turns pale. I spear him with my glare and take a step forward. A wave of nausea surges over me. Blood spews from my throat. But I don't look away. I keep my eyes fixated on Nakabachi.
殺して貴様も
動いちゃダメよ
Kurisu runs up to me. She holds me and supports my body.
横になって今すぐ救急車を呼ぶから
What is she doing trying to help me? Didn't she hear me threaten to kill her? You're too soft-hearted for it, Tsundere. Back when I was trying to save Mayuri, you were always the one who saved me, so this time...
お前は
何を
Kurisu convulses. Strength leaves the leg she used to support me. She collapses. I'm sorry. I'll send her my silent apology.
娘は
Nakabachi tosses his knife away with a pitiful cry, then takes a step back, 2 steps back. Firing the stun gun once more does the trick. He flees down the hallway towards the elevator. But first he makes sure to pick up the envelope Kurisu dropped. How shrewd of him. I touch my wound. The lightest touch sends pain coursing through my body. I fall to my knees. I feel faint. The bleeding won't stop. The blood is starting to pool on the floor. I press my hand onto the blood. I reach for my stomach, wet and glistening with blood. I take a breath, then drive my fingers into the wound. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced. Unable to bear it, I throw back my head. I scream until my throat is raw. I can't stop now, fighting against the urge to faint. I feed my strength into my hand and pull the wound wider. My blood paints the floor crimson. Suzuha runs up to me.
その傷、何やってバカ。おじさん。
この床を見て。
床
She looks down and beholds my masterpiece. To deceive myself, to deceive the world. The stage is set.
でも
俺を狂気のマット。
おじさん。
If convergence holds, then it's already determined that I don't die here. I die in 2025. That's a fixed event on the Beta World line. That was my bet. I intentionally provoked Nakabachi to rage. I took the knife meant for Kurisu and survived. The wound gave me what I needed to carry out the plan. Though I have to admit, I didn't think it would hurt this much. There's no telling what'll happen when we reach Steins Gate. The future of that world line is still undecided. There's no reason it can't include my death. How ironic. I made a bet based on the guarantee that I wouldn't die. But winning that bet makes death a very real possibility. I twist my lips into a smile. Time to put the finishing touch on my masterpiece.
Suzuha.
Suzuha picks up the unconscious Kurisu. Then she lays her face down on top of my blood puddle. Kurisu doesn't wake up. She's perfectly still. But she's definitely breathing. I stroke her hair gently. Even if we reach Steins Gate, even if Kurisu lives, even if I don't die, we'll never meet again. Kurisu will never join the lab. We'll never build the time leap machine together. But still, I'm glad I was able to save her.
Sayonara.
Please stay unconscious for a while. I need you to deceive the first me. While Suzuha goes to pick up the knife, I use the wall to climb to my feet.
作戦完了。これより期間。
おじさん。
バカとは
喋らないで。なんとか G に耐えてね。くそ。
I feel pressure crush my
せめ
body.
て応急手当てが
My
できたら
wound
よかったんだ
throbs.
け
I
ど。
feel like groaning, but I bite my lip
こ
and
れに
bear
は
it.
そんなのの。
Rainbow lights fill my vision. The time machine is activated. Suzuha wraps my wound with a towel.
ねえ、おじさん。おじさんは生きていて、私は第三次世界大戦がセルンのディストピアが構築されるかどうかわかんない世界線だけど、
Tightly, tightly.
未来にはさ、希望が満ちてるって信じられるような世界が。
I slowly close my eyes.
待って
It's
るよ。
hard to breathe, but my pain feels distant now.
そこに到達したら、ここで
The warmth of her hand
お
slowly
礼を言っ
fades
てお
away.
くよ。ありがとう。でさ、きっと7年後に
It's time to go home. My Yuri and Daru are waiting. Suzuha and Kurisu really are the MVPs of the whole game. Right? I know, right? I love them so much. And with them a future that is yet to be written. Did we succeed? Oh, did we do it? Did we do it? Did we do it? Please. Please. Come on. Come on. Surely. Surely we did it. credits later. Yeah, I figured they'd give something. You know, they really gotta show us all the cool people behind the game. You know? This is a different song though, compared to the intro song. How long is this? Oh my days, I feel like it was longer than the one earlier. Okay, we get the song credits, at least now. Surely it's almost done. We have the the anime credits, the background music credits. Crazy to think this was released in 2009. Yeah, that's insane, dude. Actually insane. It's like, probably, what I really like about this, right? I really like its depiction of time travel. Like, it tries to be very scientific. Obviously can't quote how scientific it actually is, because I don't know much about physics, but at least it attempts to explain what it's trying to demonstrate. And it tackles a lot of questions and theories that you might have. Like, for example, the parallel worlds theory. It just debunks it. Like, at least it's not like... You know what I mean? I like that it actually really goes into the science of it. And like, you know, apart from the stereotype and stuff, the story was really good. Oh my days, this is so long. But we're done. Let's see what happens. I think a lot of the characters are very likable, so even though we undo the bad things that happen to them, it still hurts. Yeah. The characters are likable. Wait. That's not negative 0.8. That's not what they predicted. Wasn't the prediction negative 0.8? Wait, but we reached Steins Gate. Okay. It's been a month since then. My wound was deep enough to require surgery. If I'd just been 1 hour late getting to the hospital, I would have died from blood loss. The doctor laughed as he told me this. Hilarious. After being cooped up in the hospital for so long, it's exciting to walk around Akiba again. It was relative to the... Oh, okay, I see. I look around to see if Akiba is any different from what I remember, but nothing catches my eye. I get the feeling that there are more moe shops than before. The mysteries of diversions. I chuckle to myself, then dig into my pocket. Something jingles. There are metal pins inside, 8 of them. The Future Gadget Laboratory members' badges. The designs based on the pins Suzuha brought from the future. Which world line Suzuha was that again? Anyway, back then we searched all over Akiba for this pin. And while I was hospitalized, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to ask Daru have them made. And of course, the ones we commissioned to make them was that shady foreign street vendor. The final product is slightly different from Suzuha's, but it's pretty well done. I pass through the archway of Yanabayashi Shrine and head to the courtyard. There, brandishing a sword with sublime dignity, stands a Miko. The Miko is so lovely that anyone would doubtless stop to stare. But that's not a Miko, and that's not a real sword. The sword is a 980 yen imitation, and that beautiful Miko is a guy. Lukako lifts his head at the sound of my footsteps.
Okabe-san!
As soon as our eyes meet, he runs up to me in a fluster. His eyes are already wet with tears.
ああ、
そんな。
知らなくて当然だ。
でも、無事に退院できて。
And then he starts crying in earnest. Seeing his tears, I feel an urge to pat his head and tell him everything will be alright, but I resist
それ
inside.
を天然でやっているんだから、そりゃ鮮烈なコスプレデビューも飾るわけだ。
Mayuri filled me in on the situation. After years of persistent nagging, she finally convinced Lukako to cosplay near the end of summer break. It wasn't in time for Kamima, but he wore one of the costumes to a cosplay event in early September, and his cosplay debut was effective. Dozens of photographers took his picture, and the images soon went viral in the net. I try to look up pictures of Lukako now, and you'll get a ton of hits. He's being swarmed by fans, and since he's what they call a trap, he's popular with girls too. There's some things in this world I just don't understand.
正直、すごく。
だが、お前の。
無理です。
だが楽しかったのだろう？
はい。
成長したな、ルカコ。
He'd overcome his feelings of inadequacy and accepted himself for who he is. And he even had fun doing it.
岡部さ、じゃなくて、京馬さんが教えてくれ。神道滅却。できました。
He truly is a worthy disciple.
だがまだまだ油断するな。次なる目標は、その時こそ、シュートを開け。それは、叱るべき時が来たら教える。
I reach into my pocket and take out a pin.
ラボメンナンバー006、漆原ルカ。
Lukako nervously accepts the pin with a confused expression.
その記憶は遥か彼方。お前は生まれた時からすでにラボメンだったのだ。
It's not an exaggeration, but it's the
ゆえに
truth. Lukako likely doesn't remember, but it's okay, even if I'm the only one who does.
嫌か。
いえ、すごく嬉しくて、僕ずっと京馬さんでもありがとうございます。
He bows his head.
それは世界にたったの8個しかない貴重なものだ。
そうなんですか。
だからなくすなよ。
はい。
Lukako nods with a joyful smile on his face. Too cute.
お帰りなさいませ、ご主人様。
I pass through May Queen's door for the first time in forever. Ferris runs over to greet me.
京馬。
She suddenly links arms with me. At first, I get a little flustered, but then something soft touches my elbow. But then I break into a cold sweat once I feel the murderous glares of the surrounding Ferris fans.
退院したのかにゃ？
ああ、地獄の底から蘇ってきた。
I tear Ferris off me and take a deep breath.
さすが法院の血にゃ。不死鳥の名を抱くのは伊達じゃないにゃ。
I see she's still making up backstories for people. It boggles my mind that this crazy cat girl is behind the redevelopment of Akihabara. Maybe the world's just messed up.
マユシーは今日はお休み。
知っている。
She shows me to my table where I order iced coffee.
そうそう、メイクインは2号店を出すことが決まったのにゃ。
そうなのか。どうせ
No doubt.
再開発計画の責任者の権限を最大限に利用しているんだろ。
The recent explosion of Moe shops is her doing. I think she's getting a little carried away.
京馬、萌えの力を今こそこの聖地に集結。
何？いや。
そうにゃ。京馬、奴らの負荷が先か。 フェイリスもライネット AB の大会に出て必死でカルマの充電に努めてるけど、
What the hell does she mean by
さすがに
karma?
一人じゃきついにゃ。
Over the past month, Ferris has started participating in Rainet Access Battlers tournaments. Ferris is the chairman of Akihabara's redevelopment project, a high school student, a popular waitress at her maid cafe, the president of the company founded by her father, and the head of the Akiha family. She should be incredibly busy, but I guess she couldn't stay away from Rainet forever. Anyway, she went to her very first official tournament and snatched a dramatic victory. Ferris is even more cheerful than usual now. I guess all it takes to feel fulfilled is to do the things you like to do.
狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、どうかお願い。
やむを得ないな。そうだ、これ。
にゃ。
I take a pen out of my pocket and present it to Ferris.
これは
入院している間に。
心の試練を乗り越えたというのかにゃ。
I don't really get what's going on,
や
so
っぱり京馬は
let's
大
just nod
した
for now.
男。
ラボメンナンバー007のピン。どうしても俺の助けが欲しいときは、そのピンバッジを握りしめて、
Ferris and I smile at each
ラ
other,
ヨダスタセ
and
ラ
then we high five.
ありがとにゃ。未来ガジェット研究、今度遊びに。
ああ、もちろんだ。誰も喜ぶだろ。
When I get back to the lab, I'm startled to find an unexpected visitor. Oh, wait, did Moeki get adopted by Braun? Oh.
おう、岡部。おめえ退院したのか。
ええ、まあ。
Tenoji Yugo and Nai are standing out front. Kiryu Moeka is with them. The Rounders, who killed my Yuri on another world line. Nai hides behind her father when she sees me, like usual.
そうそう。紹介しとくぜ。
Tenoji indicates Moeka with his chin.
今日からうちでバイトすることになった子
She's
だ
the。new part-timer! Moeka bows her head. She's silent as always, but at least she's not holding her phone. That's an improvement, I guess.
見ての通り不愛想なやつだが。
This whole
よろ
group
しくや
killed
ってくれ。
people. Yeah. Hey, at least we have like a if we become friends with them, at least we have like a professional hitman group just downstairs from our lab.
よろしくも何も。指圧師とは顔見知りですよ。
指圧師？誰
I
だそ
point
れ
to Moeka.
シャイニングフィンガー。彼女の
Tenoji
能
and
力は
Moeka ignore me completely.
前にヘンプロの仕事で IBN5100 を
I got a thank you email from her during my stay in the hospital. The email helped me figure out our relationship on this world line.
ああ、例の幻の PC ってやつか。
Moeka shakes her head.
ま、年。
萌香はなぜブラウン管工房でバイトを？
Did Tenoji tell her who he is? I thought Moeka wasn't supposed to know FB's true identity.
私が連れてきたんです。
Nai speaks up in a tiny voice.
それでお父さんに
なるほど。
バカかてめえ。俺が
お父さん。
それに苗が連れてきたんじゃねえ。正確には転んで。
萌香にそんな
で無職だっつうから、そんなら娘が世話になった子。まさかうちの店でバイトを雇。
前にも雇っていたじゃないですか。
あ？何寝ぼけたこと言ってんだ。
Ah,
うちは
of
これまで
course.
バイトを使っ
The
たことな
Suzuha
ん
who
てねえ
worked
よ。
here was the Suzuha of the Alpha world line. The Suzuha who came from a future ruled by Surin. The current world line has a different future, so she didn't come. The time she spent here never happened.
まあ、そういうことならよろしく頼むぞ。
This is the
萌香。
perfect opportunity. I take a pen out of my pocket and hand it to Moeka.
これは？
いきなりナンパか？
ラボメンナンバー005の証であるピンバッジ。
Moeka stares at the pen in her hand.
ただし、IB
釣れねえやつだな。
断る。この
Catching
俺
the
は
attention
忙
of
し
the
いのだ。
Rounders again? No thanks. Besides, the three of them are better off if we never find an IBN. Yup, that's true. I end the conversation with a shrug and head to the stairs.
岡部君。
Moeka calls my name. I turn back to see her smiling ever so faintly.
これありがとう。
あ、
The hatred I once felt towards them is gone. I forgave Moeka and Tenoji both. Now that I've destroyed our time machine, we can go back to being good neighbors. I won't pry into their secret lives, and I won't attempt to fight them either. It's all up to them. However, The affection that Nai shows towards Moeka brings an undeniable warmth to my heart. Right as I walk into the lab, I'm greeted by the chiming of a microwave oven.
Ah! Okari!
Mayuri smiles brightly as she takes her juicy chicken number 1 out of the microwave.
Oh,
もしかして
前も言ったよ。
Then Mayuri holds out the steaming chicken.
オカリンも食べる？退院祝いに1個あげる。
I accept the gift of chicken and pop it into my mouth. I guess it's because I've had nothing but crappy hospital food for a month, but it's so delicious I want to cry.
その電子レンジはどこで手に入れた？
We disassembled the phone wave weeks ago.
ああ、それは僕が手に入れたんだお。
Daru pops out of the development room, all in his rotund glory. I wonder if he's making a new future gadget.
買ったのか？
拾ってきたに決まってんだ。
ちょっと古いけどね。
さすがスーパーハカ
それよりオカリン、オカリン。
Mayuri suddenly
ひど
puts
い
on a pout.
今日。どうしてマユシーとダル君で病？
ナースエロかったよナース。僕
マユリ、お前は俺の保護者。
おしめのお世話も。
I couldn't move at all after the operation, so my mother and Mayuri made the great effort of coming to care for me. Especially Mayuri. Even though it was her summer break, she visited me every day. I'm grateful for this childhood friend of mine, from the bottom of my heart. She's a ditz, to be sure, and seems like she always needs someone to look out for her, but she's actually quite tough for her age.
幼なじみの女子高生におしめの世話してもらうとか。
I think Daru needs to die
羨
a
ましす
bit.
ぎだろマジで。
I bought Mayuri
そ
on
れ
the
なん
head.
て。
今度ジューシー。
本当？ありがとう、オカリン。
I breathe another sigh of relief when I see Mayuri's innocent smile. Mayuri's still alive. I've seen her die countless times. Though the events of this world line have not been undone, my struggle to escape them was not in vain. If the same thing were to happen again, what would I do? Would I accept her death this time? Or would I try to save her, even if it meant building another time machine? There's no way to know. The future is undecided. But for now, Mayuri's here. And that means everything to me.
ほら、これ。
I give Mayuri and Daru their pins.
おお、ついに完成したん。
Mayuri pins the badge to her chest and shows it off with a pirouette.
これから毎日つけておかなきゃ。
Nobody really
そう
made
し
that
ない
rule,
と
but
ラボに入れてもらえないもん。でもオカリン、
なんだ？
文字が書いてあるでしょ？岡部、椎名、橋田、それと漆原、フェイリス。ここまではわかるんだけどね。その他の M と K と A って。
あ。
M for Makise, K for Kiryu, and A for Amane. But the current Mayuri wouldn't understand. Those three were lab members in a world line undone and forgotten. I haven't told Mayuri and Daru about them. They wouldn't believe me even if I told them, especially about the last initial, A. I mean, how do I tell Daru that he's gonna have a daughter? I can just imagine his reaction.
僕の嫁となる人は誰なんだろう。ロリ顔の貧乳で、髪は金髪ツインテールで、
He'd say something gross like that, no doubt.
デレモードの時は。
I remember, as I lay dying in the time machine, Suzuha gripped my hand and said,
そこに到達したら、ここで、ありがとう。
just as she predicted, Suzuha vanished the moment we returned to August 21st.
死なないで。
Right before my eyes, the time machine was enveloped in a rainbow light and disappeared. She was smiling and she faded away. That was proof that I'd reached Steins Gate. And that's why I don't mourn Suzuha.
でさ、
I don't know what
き
the
っと
future
7
will
年後
bring.
に。
There's still the possibility that Daru won't get
Oh.
married, that Suzuha won't be born, but still. I believe, in that 7 years, we will meet again. And that's why when I give her this pin, her birthright, as Law Member 008. Until then, I'll keep it in a safe place. I aimlessly head out to town alone. I want to get a better look at the Steins Gate world line. But try as I might, I can't really find anything that drastically different. Way back then, Ferris's email erased the Moa shops from Akiba. That time, it was obvious that the world had changed. I feel unsatisfied, so I look up at Radicon. Obviously, there's no satellite in the roof. It's open for business as usual. When I arrived in this world line right after I saw Suzuhan disappear, the very first thing I did was ask my Yuri and Daru a question. Have there been any murders at Radicon? As they panicked at the sight of my blood-sight body, they answered that no one had been murdered at Radicon. As we waited for the ambulance to arrive, I had Daru call up the news on my phone. They were running the story about Nakabachi's flight to Russia. This time, he looked terribly agitated. His eyes were bloodshot. He was yelling, spraying spit everywhere. His appearance was strikingly similar to how I last saw him at Radicon. To me, his unintelligible ramble was evidence of Operation Skull's success.
ふざけるな！おい、ふざけるな！火災だと！人類の未来に関わる重大な論文が燃え、ロシアン航空は絶対に許さん。金の問題ではない。いいか、もう一度言うぞ。くそー！なぜ私はスーツケースを貨物室などに預
The
けてしまった
subtitles
のだ。
read, "What was your thesis about?"
タイムトラベルだ。過去から
The
未来まで
screen
の
immediately returned to the studio, where a female reporter continued.
などと意味繰り返します。ロシアに亡命したドクター中直警視庁は7月28日に秋葉原で起きた傷害事件で牧瀬氏を重要参考人として調査中だったとの話もあり、
I don't think anyone's gonna listen to Nakabachi now. For argument's sake, let's say he manages to recreate Kurisu's thesis from memory. Nothing will come out of it as long as Kurisu is alive. The scientific community undoubtedly trusts the Makise daughter over the father, meaning Kurisu can deter any attempts made by Nakabachi. World War III won't break out, or at the very least, it won't be over the Nakabachi paper. I haven't even seen Kurisu. Apparently, Kurisu reported to the police that I was stabbed, but at present, there has been no progress on the investigation, as the victim, from their point of view, up and disappeared. I heard from Daru that no one was murdered at Radicon, and I couldn't find a single report of anyone dying in the area that day. Kurisu is still alive. That much is certain, but I haven't had any contact with her since. Aside from the few words we exchanged at Radicon, the current Kurisu and I are strangers. Besides, I was bedridden, so it's not like I could have gone to see her even if I wanted to. Kurisu said that she was supposed to go back to America in August, and that was on the Alpha World line, so things may have changed. But what reason would she have to stay in Japan after what her father did to her? I thrust my hand in my pocket. 2 pins remain. One of them is for lab member 01, and that's me. The remaining badge belongs to lab member 04. And it might never reach its rightful owner. But Kurisu is alive, and that's good enough for me. Once I chose to let her die. Once I killed her with my own 2 hands. But this time, I was able to save her. No one remembers those 3 weeks we spent with Kurisu. No one but me. I will remember, and I will never forget. So I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. Hey, Kurisu? I don't know what the future holds. War may still break out. CERN might still complete their time machine. But at the very least, the future is undecided. We're building it now. From the bottom up. Not just me, not just you, but every man, woman, and child. So keep on watching. Wherever in this wide world you may be. I take out my own pin and fasten it to my chest. I walk through the area, the sea of shoppers staring straight ahead. I quickly turn around. Just now, in the corner of my eye, I saw her. The girl who shouldn't be here. Her long hair fluttered as she passed by me. There, a familiar figure. I'd recognize that back anywhere. She has stopped too in the middle of the sidewalk. Slowly she turns to face me. It's her. I thought she went back to America. It's her. She doesn't even know me.
やっと会えた。
That voice, that face, that hair, those eyes. Makise Kurisu was standing there, the same as I remember her.
あなたをずっと探していました。あの時、助けてくれたあなたを、私、一言 お礼が言いたくて、どうしても本当にあなたが無事でよかった。
Kurisu looks her radiant as she tries to hold back her tears. Just when I thought I'd finally suppressed it, all my love for her flows out at once. I'm so happy that I want to cry too. So, to hide my embarrassment, I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。なぜ彼女がここにいる？何？俺が守れたと？それがシュタインズゲートの選択か。
I close my phone and clear my throat.
臭い。コングルー。
I had no idea what to say. She's still staring at me with those wide, pleading eyes. I open my mouth.
また会えたな、クリスティーナ。
いや、だから私はクリスティーナでも女子でもないって言ったろ。
She remembers. Now I really have no idea what to say. How does this Kurisu know about that? Those were the names I used to tease Kurisu with. She always got mad whenever I used them. They were our bond, our private joke. But I had yet to use them on the day we first met at Radicon. So how could this Worldline's Kurisu know?
あれ？どうして？
It looks like Kurisu is just as confused as I am. She stares at me bewildered. And then I finally realize the truth. Everyone has Rating Steiner. Even if the world line changes, even if the past and the future are rewritten, your memories remain. You've merely forgotten. All it takes is a push, and you can remember. The memories of those lost 3 weeks. The memories we made together.
ようこそ、我が助手、マキセ・クリス。
I reach into my pocket and take out the last pin.
クリスティーナ。
Nobody knows what the future holds. And that is why, just as this reunion demonstrates, the possibilities are endless. I place the pin in Kurisu's hand. I gently close her hand in mine. And holding back my tears, I tell her.
これがシュタインズゲートの選択だよ。
Open the Steins gate complete. Damn. Okay. That was a really good ending. Damn. Absolute cinema, right? That was absolute cinema. I'm so happy that they found each other at the end again. I mean, I feel like if they didn't, it would have been kind of like a lackluster ending, but that ending was goated. I loved the fact that he was like, everybody has Reading Steiner, which means like, if everyone like meets up, they could all remember, potentially. Absolute cinema, dude. That was crazy. But like, I'm done. To be honest, if I was Okabe, I'd do everything in my power to find her. Yeah, same. Same, dude. That was crazy. Obviously there are still the character endings that I didn't get. But at the same time, like, once you have the true ending, I feel like those endings are just kind of like a little bit of like a side quest, you know? Yeah, that was crazy. That was... Well, that's that. That's Steins Gate. If you're not gonna do them, I can tell you what happens briefly. I think I am gonna do them. I think I'll just do them all in like one stream. Possibly. Just like go to the chapter and then skip to the end and then go through that. So I think I'll do that. So yeah, thank you for Marlon for telling me to save right before the true ending so that we could easily just get the Kurisu ending as well. So yeah. I think I'll do that in another stream. But that's gonna be it for this stream. Very long stream, but we reached Steingate and we fulfilled Okabe's mission. I would also recommend Zero. I do have Zero. So I do think I will play Zero as well. Some other time. But yeah. Wow. That was fun. You know, as Ho and Kyomo would say, El Psy Kongru. But yeah. It tells the story of Okarin that sent the D-mail 15 years in the future. Oh, I see. Okay, wait, that's interesting. Okay. Cool. I will be playing that some other time, but for now, that's gonna be all. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye!